the point of this verse opening Kirtan is it's called and response. So you're going to hear about Diwali, you're going to hear about the pastime of Mother Each Other later. But the first thing you've got to do is warm up your body, warm up your voices. So we're going to do that together. Are you ready to do that? Yeah? So we're going to just practice this. First of all, we'll try, if everyone can raise their hands, we raise our hands in a spirit of surrender. Surrender to the Lord. Surrender to Lord Sri Ram. Surrender to Lord Sri Krishna. And as we raise our hands and we close our eyes, we say the Maha Mantra. It's the most easiest mantra. It's three words, Hare Krishna and Ram. They all have different connotations to what we're doing. But basically, we are asking Krishna, my dear Lord Krishna, please engage me, bless me, to serve you. Please engage me in your devotional service. So it's a very beautiful prayer. And devotional service means many things to many people. Keep your hands up. Raise your hands in the spirit of surrender and repeat after me. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
This side is very low. I mean, those guys are really, they got the ladoos in them, they got the barfia, some of them have chocolate barfias. Okay? You guys, you're still on the same beat. Let's see the sweet come out. Let's see the rasa. Krishna, Krishna.
Krishna Krishna.
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Rama Rama. Hare Hare.
Bhagwan ki
Jai.
Thank you very much. I can see your voices are warmed up beautifully now. You've got to continue that. Okay, so here is a meditation. Kirtan is meditation. It is having and asking the Lord to enter your mouth through the word. The word is not different to the form. So the words that you're going to say, Hare Krishna and Ram, you want Krishna to dance on your tongue. That's what you're asking. So with this, some of you might feel, and I don't think any of you are shy. It didn't look like any of you are shy. So you keep your eyes open. It doesn't matter who's watching. But if you feel a little shy, a little bit self-conscious like I am, I'm very shy, you can close your eyes. Okay? And just meditate. So as these wonderful ladies at the front, they're going to chant the holy name, they're going to chant the mantra like you did there, you have to respond in time. Okay? So will you all do that? I'm going to have a wonderful kirtan. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the ladies' ashram, and I know we have Mahi Mahi. Gentlemen, we're not this body, I keep telling you what. So please, this is actually the representative of the ladies' ashram for Bhaktivedanta Manor.
Also, you're here.
Along and accompanied by Krishna over here and Mahi Mahi. Please put your hands together and join in with the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Radha Srivasade Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasade Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare everybody Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram one more Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Jaya Sitara Lakshmana Hanuman, Jaya Sitara Lakshmana Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Shishirara Goswami ki, Sitaran ki, Jai Prabhupada ki.
The ladies of Bhaktivedanta Manor, Ashram King! Ladies, please, before you go, I don't know your name, I'm so sorry. Would you
Maria Juliana,
Maria Julia, where are you from, Maria?
Brazil. I'm from Brazil. Yeah.
We had this conversation, Maria. So would you, yes,
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
the International Society for Christian Muslims, where are they in it? Someone from Brasilia, Brazil,
Brazil.
South America, South America,
Yes.
Argentina, wow.
And
Anywhere
Peru.
else from outside of London? Don't say Africa. I know we're all from Africa, East Africa. Anyone from, I don't know, Europe? Anywhere else in Europe? North America? Australia? No. So the South Americans have it. Give them a round of applause.
Yeah.
Hello.
Haribo. Thank you.
Just do the instruments, but just, Maria, just introduce your band.
Yeah.
Keep the mic.
Cipra Hikijar. Marília, from Brazil also.
From Brazil?
From Brazil. Marília.
Another Maria.
Marília.
Maria.
Ahuna,
Ahona?
Kara, Chaitanya, Krishna, and Krishna. Yay! Thank you so much. Haribo.
And Krishna this week joined the ladies' ashram.
Yeah.
I know you did. Thank you, young man, for joining us on stage. Really appreciate the wonderful Radanga play. Thank you, Maria, once again. The ladies' ashram of Bhaktivedanta Manor.
सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी प्रभुपाद की जय, अनंत कोटि वैष्णववृंद की जय, नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद की जय। राधा कृष्ण गोपनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरिवर्धन की जय, वृंदावन धाम की जय, नवद्वीप धाम की जय, गंगा माई की जय, जमुना माई की जय, तुलसी देवी की जय, भक्ति देवी की जय, स्वामी भक्तवृंद की जय। All glories to the Assembled Lord. All glories to the Assembled. Thank you very much.
All glories to the Guru.
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
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 I think it's text number 18 on page 150.
Yes.
Or did we read all this purport last time? Do you want to read the purport for the last verse, or did we read it?
Last verse. I read first about this. I will harati vai pungsa. All right.
Ayur harati vai pungsang, ayur harati vai pungsang, udyanastang chayannaso, udyanastang chayannaso, tasyarte yat kshano nita, tasyarte yat kshano nita, uttama shloka vartaya, uttama shloka vartaya. Ayur harati vai pungsang, ayur harati vai pungsang, udyanastang chayannaso, udyanastang chayannaso, tasyarte yakshano nita, tasyarte yakshano nita, uttama shloka vartaya, uttama shloka vartaya. Ayur harati vai pungsang, ayur harati vai pungsang, udyanastang chayannaso,
Udyan.
udyanastang chayannaso, udyanastang chayannaso, tasyate yakshano nita, tasyate yakshano nita, uttama shloka vartaya, uttama shloka vartaya.
Ayur Harati Vai Pungsang.
Ayur harati vai pungsang,
Janastam Chayanaso.
udyanastang chayannaso,
Tasyarte Jakshano
tasyate yakshano
Nita.
nita,
Uttama Shloka Vartaya.
uttama shloka vartaya. Ayur harati vai pungsang, udyanastang chayannaso,
Tasyarte yakshano nita.
uttama shloka vartaya. Ayur harati vai pungsang, udyanastang chayannaso, tasyarte yakshano nita, uttama shloka vartaya. Ayur harati vai pungsang,
Udyanastang chayannaso. Tasyarte yakshano nita.
uttama
Uttama Shloka Vartaya. Very good. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Next. Ayur Harati Vaipungsam Udyanastam Jayanaso Kasyarte Yakshano Nita Uttama Shloka Vartaya. Ayur Harati Vaipungsam Udyanastam Jayanaso Kasyarte Yakshano Nita Uttama Shloka Vartaya. That's all. Then
Ayu. Duration of life. Harati. Decreases. Vai. Certainly. Pungsam. Of the people. Udyan. Rising. Astam. Setting. Cha. Also. Jan. Moving. Aso. The sun. Tasya. Of one who glorifies the Lord. Rite. Except. Jat. By whom. Kanaha. Time. Nita. Utilized. Uttama Shloka. The all-good personality of Godhead. Vartaya. In the topics of. Translation. Both by rising and setting, the sun decreases the duration of life of everyone, except one who utilizes the time by discussing topics of the all-good personality of Godhead.
so you read part one.
This verse indirectly confirms the greater importance of utilizing the human form of life to realize our lost relationship with the Supreme Lord by acceleration of devotional service. Time and tide wait for no man, so the time indicated by the sunrise and the sunset will be uselessly wasted if such time is not properly utilized for realizing identification of spiritual values. Even a fraction of the duration of life wasted cannot be compensated by any amount of gold. Human life is simply awarded to a living entity, jiva, so he can realize his spiritual identity and his permanent source of happiness. A living being, especially the human being, is seeking happiness because happiness is the natural situation of the living entity. But he is vainly seeking happiness in the material atmosphere. A living being is constitutionally a spiritual spark of the complete whole, and his happiness can be perfectly perceived in spiritual activities. The Lord is the complete spirit whole, and his name, form, quality, pastimes, entourage, and personality are all identical with him. Once a person comes into contact with any one of the above-mentioned energies of the Lord through the proper channel of devotional service, the door of perfection is immediately opened. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord has explained such contact in the following words. Endeavors in devotional service are never baffled, nor is there failure. A slight beginning of such activities is sufficient even to deliver a person from the great ocean of material fears. Bhagavad Gita 2:40. As a highly potent drug injected intravenously acts at once on the whole body, similarly the transcendental topics of the Lord injected through the ear of the pure devotee of the Lord can act very efficiently. Oral realization of the transcendental messages implies total realization, just as fructification of one part of a tree implies fructification of all other parts. This realization for a moment in the association of pure devotees like Shukadev Goswami prepares one's complete life for eternity. And as such, the sun fails to rob the pure devotee of his duration of life, inasmuch as he is constantly busy in the devotional service of the Lord, purifying his existence. Death is a symptom of the material infection of the eternal living being. and due to material infection only, the eternal living being is subjected to the law of birth, death, old age, and disease. The materialistic way of pious activities, like charity, etc., is recommended in the Smriti Shastras, as quoted by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Money given in charity to a suitable person is guaranteed bank balance in the next life. Such charity is recommended to be given to a Brahmin. If the money is given in charity to a non-Brahmana without Brahminical qualification, the money is returned in the next life in the same proportion. If it is given in charity to a half-educated Brahmana, even then the money is returned double. If the money is given in charity to a learned and fully qualified Brahmana, the money is returned 100 and 1,000 times. And if the money is given to a Veda Paraka, one who has actually realized the path of the Vedas, it is returned by unlimited multiplication. The ultimate end of Vedic knowledge is to realize the personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, as it is stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Vedaischa sarvairahameva vedyo. There is a guarantee of money being returned if given in charity, regardless of the proportion. Similarly, a moment passed in the association of a pure devotee, by hearing and chanting the transcendental messages of the Lord, is a perfect guarantee for eternal life, for returning home back to Godhead. Madhama gatva punarjanma na vidyate. In other words, a devotee of the Lord is guaranteed eternal life. A devotee's old age or disease in the present life is but an impetus to such guaranteed eternal life.
So, Ayurharati vai pungsha. This sunshine, sunrise and sunset means a decreasing our life. It is very nice example. The sun's business is to take away a portion of your span of life. That is business. But he cannot take away the portion of the life of a devotee. Because a devotee is going to leave. This Krishna consciousness movement is to give a living entity a permanent span of life. Uttama sloka vartaya. Uttama sloka
It's on, it just needs to go a bit down. It just needs to go a bit down. Guys.
It's fine, it's fine.
Wow. Okay. Young man, Mike, come forward. Good boy. I mean, is it just me, or are we all a little bit in awe of these two young gentlemen?
is Krishna. Uttama sloke. Bhakti bhavati naisthiki uttama sloke. Bhagavati uttama sloke. Another place it is stated. Tada nasta prayesu abhadreshu nasta prayesu abhadreshu nityang bhagavata sevaya. Nityang, just like we are holding class daily, nityam, regularly. Nityang means regularly, daily, always. So, nityang bhagavata sevaya. The beginning, just like when a man is infected with a disease, he is subjected to death. Crude example. So when a man falls diseased, the physician tries to get him relieved from that infection. So our material body is an infection. Actually, we spiritual soul, we have no death. It is due to this infection. This infection is called dirty things. Actually it is dirt. Dust thou art, dust thou beest. That's a fact. Because as soon as I, the soul, will leave this body, it will be immediately decomposed, and after a few days it will be earth, dust. So actually it is dirt. So we have to cleanse this dirt from my real identity, spiritual identity. This is the process. And this cleansing process is very nicely done simply by hearing the message of Uttama Sloka or Krishna. You haven't got to scratch it with some machine, no. It will be automatically cleansed if you simply give oral reception to the message of the Uttama Sloka, which is, in other words, it is called Krishna Katha. The Krishna Katha means words of Krishna. Katha means words, and Krishna you understand. The Krishna Katha, Bhagavad Gita, Krishna personally giving you words of instruction. So if we simply read Bhagavad Gita, then the sun cannot take away my duration of life. How? What is the proof? The proof is the Bhagavad Gita. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says, Janma karma me dipam jo janati tattata. Anyone who understands about my birth and appearance, Lord does not take birth. Ajo. Ajo means who never takes birth, ever existing. Ajopi san abhayatma bhutanam iswaropi san sammami juge. So, Ajo, one who does not take birth, but still we see the Krishna is taking birth. We are observing the birth anniversary of Lord Krishna. So therefore, what is the mystery? He does not take birth, still we are observing the birth anniversary of Krishna, Janmashtami. So this is to be understood, tattata, in truth. Jo janati tattva. Krishna says, Veda says that natasya karyam karanancha vidyate. The Supreme Lord, God, has nothing to do. Why he shall do? So, and again we see that Krishna, since the day of his appearance at his maternal uncle's prison, till his going back to his own home, he was always active, especially in killing the demons. But such demons could be killed without the presence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If there is little earthquake, millions of demons can be killed. It is not very difficult job. If the Pacific Ocean overfloods this city, millions of people can be killed. If there is a war, millions of people can be killed. If there is epidemic, millions of men can be killed. So killing the demons, for that purpose he does not come, Krishna. There are Krishna's many agents, they can kill such demons without any difficulty. But he comes paritranaya sadhuna, just like Lord Nrsimha appeared not to kill the demon Hiranyakasipu. He could be killed otherwise, but he appeared for Prahlad. Prahlad Maharaj, he was being so much teased and so much tortured, he could not tolerate it. So he wanted to show his devotee that I shall kill your torturer before you. That is the purpose. So he did not appear for killing Hiranyakasipu. He appeared to give encouragement to Prahlad Maharaj, as he says, Konteya pratijanihi name bhakta pranasyati. He asked Arjuna to declare, my dear Arjuna, you declare that my devotee will never be vanquished. So therefore he comes. So these are the understanding of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in tattva. So if we discuss about Krishna Katha, the words of Krishna, there are two books, words of Krishna, one Bhagavad Gita. Every Vedic literature is Krishna Katha, but these two books especially, Krishna Katha. Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is directly speaking, and Srimad Bhagavatam directly speaking about Krishna. Both of them are Krishna Katha. So therefore here it is said, Uttama sloko vartaya. Varta means message, words. See, if we pass our time simply by reading and talking about Krishna, then the sun will not be able to take away our life. This is the secret. If you want to become immortal, then you always be engaged in Krishna Katha. Always, 24 hours. Always think of Krishna. This is Krishna consciousness. So everyone is dying, but those who are engaged in Krishna Katha, in Krishna consciousness, they are busy in Krishna's business, they are not dying, they are living. How? Because ordinary man, if his duration of life, span of life is being taken away by the sun rising and sunset every day. If a man is 50 years old, that means he has to live for 80 years. So 50 years duration has already been taken away by the sun. 50 years old means that 50 years of time has already been taken away by the sun. It will never come back. But what about the devotees? He is also the same. His also life is being taken away. No. His life is not being taken away because he is going to live. Superficially, we see that the body of a devotee is also taken away. But this is not the real body. Real body is the spiritual body. The spiritual body, just like Krishna says, takta deham, punarjanma naiti mameti. After giving up this body, he does not take birth, he comes to me. Now the body is given up. Then how he goes? He says he comes to me. So who comes to him? Materialistic person, the so-called scientists, philosophers, they know this body, this cell. They do not know that the body is the cover of the cell. This real cell, the real person goes to Krishna to live forever. So those who are devotees, those who are in Krishna consciousness, they are giving up this infected body and they are getting the new, not new, the old original body, spiritual body. Therefore, as soon as you get the spiritual body, the sun has no power to take it away. That is explained in the Bhagavad Gita, that the fire cannot burn it, the weapon cannot kill it, the water cannot moist it, in so many ways, indirect way, that describe. The spirit cannot be destroyed by anything material. Matter, just like this body is matter, his body can be cut into pieces, but the spirit soul cannot be. The body can be burned into ashes, but the spirit soul cannot be. Pavaka, dahati pavaka. So, the modern scientists, they say that there is no life in the sun planet, sun globe. Well, that is not fact. What is sun globe? It is a fiery planet, that's all. But the spirit soul can live in the fire and he gets a fiery body. Just like here on this planet, on earth, we have got this earthly body. It may be very beautiful, but it is earth. Simply by nature's manipulation. Just like we are coming, Karanda showed me the plastic, some trees. So they have made the plastic tree exactly resembling the tree, but it is not tree. Similarly, this body is as good as the plastic body. It has no value. So, takta deham, when Krishna says that after giving up this body, but this body is plastic body, just like you have got cotton shirt or plastic shirt or so many, you can give it up. That doesn't mean you die. That is also explained in the Bhagavad Gita. Bhashangsi jinnani jatha vihaya. As one gives a old garment for a new one. Similarly, death means to give up this plastic body and take another plastic body. That is death. And again, under that plastic body, you have to work. If you get a nice body, then you can work nicely. If you get a dog's body, then you act like dog, according to body. So, takta deham, Krishna says that anyone who understands me in truth, how he will understand? Simply, if you hear about him, then you will understand. Then you will understand. So, hearing is not very difficult job, but you must hear from the realized soul. That is satang prasanga mama bija sangvida. If you hear from a professional man, that will not be effective. Hearing must be from sadhu, from devote, from the lips of the devote. Just like Sukadeva Goswami was speaking to Maharaj Parikshit. So, or even if you hear yourself, you read books, you will save your life. If you simply read Krishna book or Bhagavad Gita or teachings of Lord Chaitanya, then you know as long as you are reading, the sun is unable to take your life. It is not possible for the sun to take your life. So if you constantly read, then where is the opportunity of sun's taking your life? That means you are becoming immortal. People are very much anxious to become immortal. Nobody wants to die. Everyone knows that I shall die. But if there is immediately some danger, fire, immediately go away from this room. Why? I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Although I know I must have to die, still why do I go away? I know that I'll let there be fire. I have to die today or tomorrow. Let me die. No, I do not wish to die. Therefore I go away. This is psychology. So everyone wants to live forever. That's a fact. So if you want to live forever, then you have to take to Krishna consciousness. So Krishna consciousness movement is so important and nice. Everyone wants to live. So actually if you want to live, then you take to Krishna consciousness. This verse confirms it. Ayur harati vaipungsha uddannastancha jannaso. The sun is rising early in the morning. As it is rising, gradually it is taking your life. That's all. That is the business. But if you want to defeat Krishna, this sun, sun is very powerful. It is very difficult to fight, but you can fight with the sun. How? Simply by reading Krishna Katha, the words of Krishna. Uttama sloka vartaya. Vartaya. Uttama sloka Krishna. This is the simple process. So don't waste your time by talking nonsense. Therefore, Rupa Goswami has advised Utyahara prayasascha prajalpa niyamagraha. Prajalpa. Utyahara prayasascha prajalpa niyamagraha. Laulam janasangascha sarabhi bhakti pranasyati. Our devotional life can be finished, means may be baffled. Those who are in devotional life, Krishna consciousness, they are fortunate. This fortune can be ruined by 6 things. Be careful. What is that? Utyahara. Utyahara means eating more than necessity or collecting more than necessity. Aharan means collecting. We require to collect some money, but we should not collect more than necessity. That is because if I get more money, then immediately Maya will pay. Why don't you spend for me? Yes. So don't collect more than what you require, you collect. Or similarly, ahara means eating. Don't eat more than necessity. Actually, we have to come to the point of meal, eating, sleeping, mating, and depending. And that is not possible because you have got this body. But minimum. So Utyahara, Prayasa, and too much unnecessary spoiling energy. We should not take a great risk so that we have to work for it very seriously. We must accept something which can be easily done. Utyahara prajalpa. And prajalpa means talking nonsense. As well as this is the nature of the living entity in conditioned state, just like as soon as the crows, they gather together, crow, 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 crow. The frogs, any living entity, as soon as they will gather, they will talk all nonsense. Don't do that. We have got great assembly, we have got facility for mixing, but if you take advantage of this assembly and talk all nonsense, what is politics, what is this, what is that, prajalpa, that is called prajalpa. So, utyaharo prayasasya prajalpa niyamagraha. Niyamagraha means the not accepting the rules and
Diwali is also the Leela of Damodar, where he gets tied to the wooden grinding mortar. And Diwali time is also the time when Lord Krishna with his little finger lifted the wonderful Govardhan hill, which is the Leela that you just saw. So very, very special time of the year. Now, I'd like to ask for your attention for one moment, please. Because we have a really tight schedule, if you're leaving, please leave silently, okay? But if you're staying, shh. So, if you're staying, this next bit requires your attention, and it's really important that we give that to the next person that's coming up. I'm going to read the little intro. When you get to my age, you need glasses. So our next speaker is an author, an orator, and a TEDx speaker. You must have heard of the TEDx lectures and lectures, that series that's on YouTube. She's been researching Vedic philosophy for 20 years. She marries ancient wisdom with modern-day psychology and regularly addresses organizations, corporates, and educational institutions. The clarity with which she communicates concepts and applies them to contemporary living has been hailed internationally, and you can find insightful videos on her on the YouTube channel. This is a storytelling format which insightfully goes beyond the story of Diwali to understand its profound meaning. A meaning which, when understood and applied, becomes life-changing for all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know you'll be generous. I know you'll pay attention. This is a real special treat. This young lady had her show at the Bhaktivedanta Bhavan earlier this year. It was a sellout success, and we've invited her here to the Bhaktivedanta Manor main stage. Please welcome to the stage, be generous with your applause, for the wonderful Dr. Priya Virmani.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna, everyone. And a very warm, magical, light-filled, Krishna-blessed, Ram-inspired Happy Diwali to each and every one of you and your families and friends. The story of Diwali, any idea how long ago it happened? At least 7,000 years ago. Some texts suggest as far back as 12,000 years ago. Imagine remembering a story and an energy 12,000 years after it happened. There's got to be something divine about it. The story of Diwali is one where Lord Rama, heir to the throne of Ayodhya, prince in waiting, is banished to the forests. And his wife, Sita, and his brother Lakshmana choose to accompany him. In the forests, his wife Sita is abducted by the evil Ravana. And then ensues the process of finding Sita's location, and then the fight, the battle between Ram and Ravan to rescue Sita from the clutches of Ravana. And then Ram returns triumphant to Ayodhya, and we celebrate with lights and firecrackers today. That's the story. Let's step back. Let's dive in. Let's go a little deeper. Ram is the prince of Ayodhya. What does Ayodhya mean? Ayodhya. जहां कभी युद्ध नहीं होता है, where there is never any war, a place without and sans war. Yet in a place without war, in the kingdom of Ayodhya, war did happen. What kind of war? Ram's stepmother was provoked by her lady-in-waiting Manthara, and jealousy and greed overcame her. The war of jealousy and greed happened in Ayodhya. Ayodhya, from a place of order, of peace, of grace, of equilibrium, became a place of war. The war that happens inside all of us when negativity prevails. And the story of Ramayana is nothing but how Sri Ram conducts the journey of his life such to return Ayodhya to a place of no war. And then when Ram returns to Ayodhya, candles and diyas, oil lamps, are lit. So Diwali comes to ask us, where is the disequilibrium and chaos inside each and every one of you? Is it a relationship? Is it a personality trait? What is it inside you that is stopping you and preventing you from being a person of Ayodhya, a person of peace and grace? When we journey from understanding the disequilibrium to equilibrium, the chaos to order and grace and peace, that is the journey of Diwali. Two very, very important characters from the Ramayana. Lord Hanuman, the monkey god, and Ravana, the 10-headed and 20-armed symbol of arrogance and greed and the excesses of human nature. Hanuman represents our soul consciousness, the Atma. When we work on soul consciousness, and how do we work on soul consciousness? We work on soul consciousness by becoming aware of the grace of divinity within us. How does Hanuman do that? He does that by coming under the divine grace of Lord Rama, by focusing all his life energy on the divine peace, the divine example that Lord Rama symbolizes. And on the other hand, the binary polarity of Ravana, who's at the absolute diametrical opposite. What does Ravana symbolize? The excesses of our ego, which is in each and every one of us. We all have excesses of the ego we need to work on. So when I do classes with children, I don't look at the 10 negative qualities Ravan's head represents. I ask the children, what are your negative qualities or the negative qualities you see in the world around you, in your friends, in your family, that you would like to change and to improve? And how do these two characters play out in the Ramayana? Hanuman is the one who brings Sita back to Ram. He is the one who is instrumental in reuniting Ram and Sita. Whereas Ravan, with his excesses of human nature, with his negativities getting the better of him, is the one who disunites the peace of Sita and the grace of Ravana. And the grace of Rama, it is for each and every one of us, every day in our lives, as we show up to life, as we step into life, as we show up to ourselves, to ask, do we wish to be the soul consciousness of Lord Hanuman? Or would we rather relate to the excesses of our ego? Let our ego win and get the better of us, which will create a more graceful life journey for ourselves, and then that radiates and spills in to the world around us. The third aspect I would like to look at is the fact that every single year, the Festival of Lights, coming from the word Dipavali, which literally means a row of lights, is celebrated on Amavasya. Amavasya meaning a moonless night. When the night is at its darkest, that's when Ram comes home. That's when the Festival of Lights is celebrated. It is no coincidence. There is enormous meaning to the reason why Diwali every year is celebrated on Amavasya. Because it is in the darkest of places, the toughest of challenges, the most difficult hurdles that we face. It is there that we realize the power of our consciousness. When consciousness rises, when our own inner light shines through to tackle the challenges that we find ourselves in, both inside of us and outside, that's when Ram comes to Ayodhya. That's when Sri Ram enters each and every one's home. To bring this to the ground, I would like to do a visualization now with all of us together, present, that will help you in your everyday life, help you understand the light you are over the obstacles you face, that will help you realize your soul power, how divinity and cosmic energy pulsates in you. And for this, I would like to invite my little elf on stage, Inari. Inari, will you join me on stage for the visualization? Would you like to come on stage, darling? So give Inari a round of applause. Say Hare Krishna, Inari.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everyone. And Inari is going to lead the visualization together with me. And for the visualization, I would like all of you to sit very comfortably, if possible, legs and hands uncrossed, so that, 1 minute, darling, so that the energy flows without interruption. And close your eyes. And I would like some music to be played. Close your eyes, everyone. Close your eyes. Close your eyes, everyone, and just imagine you are surrounded by clouds. You are standing somewhere that is difficult for you. It could be in a relationship. It could be some part of your personality that you feel is coming in the way of you being your best self. Just imagine all those clouds constricting you. There are more and more clouds around you, and this challenge is getting the better of you. And just then, I want you to leave your attention on the clouds and direct that attention inside yourself. And inside yourself, there is a sun. Just where your heart is, there is a sun. You know, like how children draw the sun with the rays coming out, a center and then the rays. And that sun is getting bigger and bigger and bigger till it is so big that it pierces all the clouds around you. And you smile at that sun. That sun is Lord Rama himself. Lord Rama comes from the dynasty of the sun called the Suryavanshi. So the Suryavanshi Lord Rama, you are activating that power inside you and it's becoming powerful. And now it's so powerful that those clouds that were a challenge, that were encircling you, that were constricting you and suffocating you, now those clouds move away. They become under you. They become like a magic carpet under you. And they lift you and they take you to a place that you love, be it mountains, be it meadows, valleys, a stream, a place that is heavenly, like paradise, a place synonymous with your light, with your inner consciousness, that is more powerful than any challenge you will ever face in your life. And you have that inner light inside you to call upon any moment you want in life. So you realize your inner power, your inner Lord Ram, your inner Diya, your inner light. And those clouds now, rather than being challenges that were suffocating you, become your vehicle to your higher growth, to a place that you are at peace, that you are calm, that you are smiling, that you are at ease, that you are happy, and that you are in the spirit of Diwali every day of the year. When you are ready, you can slowly open your eyes and return to the room. Happy Diwali, everyone. Say Happy Diwali to everyone.
Happy Diwali.
Can we return Inari's greeting? Happy Diwali, everyone. A very, very happy Diwali. Thank you very much, Inari, for joining me. She was wanting to be my little elf, and it's so special for me to have this little angel with me, to have her energy and her presence, to encourage all our children to be their best selves and their happiest selves. And I wish each and every one of you, every child, every parent, everybody related to you, a happy Diwali, not just now, but every day of the 365 days of the year. And that's when Lord Rama comes to our homes to stay. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, hold on, don't go away. Come back into the center. Ladies and gents, wasn't that great? I've never seen the main Haveli Hall in such deep meditation in a festival time like that. So all credit to you. Priya, come forward. Tell me a little bit about what happened at the Bhavan. You did something at the Bhavan this year. Was it at the Bhavan?
Yes, thank you. Before that, I want to say that I've had a connection with Ravan for, I think, well over a decade now. And he's always so encouraging. The last time I was on stage with him, asking me to share about the charitable work I do in India, and this time asking me about my journey, which is my passion to make our inheritance of Indian philosophy, Indian wisdom, relatable, accessible, and applicable to all of us. I have spent 20 years of love and life doing this. Most of us in our everyday lives may not have the time span to research into our inheritance. So therefore, I feel my role is to bring it to you all and share it as much as I can.
Fantastic. And your social media, people can get in touch with you. They can watch your TEDx talk. Is that right?
Thank you so much. Yes, you can follow me for similar videos, insights on being your best self, psychology, neuroscience, and Indian wisdom, the Ramayana, Mahabharata, Gita, etc. on YouTube, which is Dr. Priya Virmani.
So that's your Insta, or is that your...
Both Instagram and YouTube at Dr. Priya, Virmani is Vimani.
Fantastic. And very briefly, you mentioned the wonderful work that you do with the charity, and that's how we got connected. Just tell us a little bit about that charity and what that does. It uses art with children, and how that you've been working in India a lot.
Thank you, Ravan, for asking. So the charity is called Paint Our World.
Paint Our World, okay.
And we work to make some of our most invisible children invincible. How do we do that? We have devised cost-effective, psychologically cutting-edge workshops for children from streets and railway station platforms who have not been as fortunate as our own children, who've been through various forms of abuse probably, and we work to empower them, to heal them, to give them access to love, trust, fun, safety, dignity, opportunity, and I am delighted with Krishna's grace to share that today we have children who have got scholarships here in the UK and Europe, who are applying for India's top engineering colleges, civil services.
So this is street children. This is kids who live on the lowest stratosphere of life.
Yes, when they come to us, they don't have a name, date of birth. They don't really know, many of them, who their actual biological parents are. So yes, they have come from lower than a ground ceiling, but with an atmosphere and environment of care, fun, trust, healing. They have blossomed. They have made their caterpillar struggles their butterfly wings.
Wow, wonderful. That's absolutely fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow Dr. Priya Virmani on all the socials. Wonderful work that you're doing on the charity. Once again, please take a bow and put your hands together for Dr. Priya Virmani.
Hare
Thank you
Krishna.
very much.
Thank you so much, Ravan. A big shout out to you for doing this.
My pleasure.
Without fail, totally the grace of Krishna flowing through you, and may you stay blessed in it.
Thank you very much for your blessing. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on with the program. One more round of applause. There you go. That's nice. the true meaning of Diwali. That was fantastic. Oh, okay. So follow Dr. Priya on the socials. We're going to continue with the program, but before we do, we just need to make sure that everyone is ready for the next bit. We've got the drama coming up. Are you ready for the drama? What time did you all arrive? Have you been here all day? Yeah, really? Wow. And you're going to stay till the evening? Yeah, there's prasadam. There's no fireworks today, but there will be a special surprise. But also, if you go to the lakeside, we have the little, we call the lake, the walkway. You can offer a candle. There's a fantastic way that they've got where you offer a candle and it goes into the lake, biodegradable. And we have the bazaar open, and we have the pizza area open. We have the pre-prasadam over there. And of course, I assume you've all done your darshan today of Lord Sri Ram. Is that right? Fantastic. So what we're going to do, we're going to move on with the program. Later on, we have the adult theatre troupe, the Bhaktivedanta players. They're going to be performing a wonderful aspect of the Ramayana story. It's about Sita in the Ashoka groves. That's coming up soon. Thereafter, we have a really special katha, which will be here on the stage. It was the premiere was last week here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. But this week, we've asked that particular gentleman, Sri Radharaman, to come onto the stage and do the same katha. And this is looking, again, at Sitayana Katha. It's called not Ramayana Katha, it's called Sitayana Katha. So this is all the aspects of the Ramayana from the perspective of Devi Sita, Sita Devi. So that will be happening at 5:50 or 5:45, I believe. So please, even if you have to take a little break, do come back to the main stage here and spend the rest of the day with us. We'll be ending with Aarti at 7, and that will go on till 9. The Aarti goes from 7 till 9. There's darshan. And then we'll be calling it a day. It's been a great festival. But for now, I want you all to stay tuned, stay here, and let's just practice this thing, which is the applause, because I can see you're all tired. You're all flaked out from the jalebis that you've been eating over the last few days, haven't you? Huh? So let's just start here on this side. We're going to start a round of applause for the next act. Let's just have a listen to you guys. Yeah, come on. This guys. Over here. Over here. Now all of you, some shouting and cheering, some Hari Bols. Some Hari Bols. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't hear you. They can't hear you backstage. Please put your hands together for the Junior Bhaktivedanta Players presentation of the Ramayana.
Thank you so much. You are so great.
Come. That was fantastic. That was absolutely fantastic. And to have the captive audience.
No idea how much it means to me.
Yeah.
Because you are like, it's like a cricketer being told by Tendulkar.
Oh, bless you. No.
You're the veteran, the North Star.
I'm the facilitator. I have to facilitate you. And you had everyone at the palm of your hands. And it was just the right amount of time, 20 minutes. You happy?
Yes, in His grace, I'm so grateful the way you conducted it all, the ease that you made me feel. Even her, she wasn't letting me going on stage. So I said, okay, I'll take my Kunak's daughter.
Who knows what it is? And where's the other one? There was one more.
They've taken him to eat. The kids haven't eaten.
Regulation. Another meaning of Niyamagraha means simply blindly following the rules and regulations, but he does not know for what he is doing that. Gaddolika Prabha. It is called Gaddolika Prabha. Everyone is doing this, but he does not understand why he is doing it. There are many stories of this Gaddolika Prabha. Sometimes I'll tell you. So, Niyamagraha. So 1, Atyara, 2, Prayas, 3, Prajalpa, and fourth, niyamagraha, and fifth, laulam, greediness, and sixth, janasanga. Janasanga means to associate with ordinary men. Those have no sense of Krishna consciousness. So-called karmis, jnanis, yogis, they do not understand Krishna, or scientists, philosophers. We should not associate with them. Because we know, harava bhaktasya kuto mahatguna. Anyone who does not understand what is Krishna or what is Krishna's service, he may be very big man in the ordinary estimation, but we don't give any value. Harava bhaktasya kuto mahatguna. Manorathena sato dhavatu vihi. Because they are mental speculators. They have no value. They have their value in their own way, but according to our line of thought, they have no value. So, prajalpa, in this way, prajalpa, there is tendency of talking. You talk of Krishna. That is Krishna consciousness. That is Krishna consciousness. Just like we assemble together, few friends, we want to vibrate something, just like the child is also vibrating. That is nature. A bird will vibrate, a beast will vibrate. So we have to vibrate the transcendental sound, then we shall be saved from the plundering business of the sun. This is the secret. Always talk of Krishna, and you must know that you are saving yourself, you are not dying yourself. Because talking of Krishna means we'll understand about Krishna, and Krishna says, anyone who understands me rightly, then after giving up this body, he comes to me. And as soon as you go to him, back to home, back to Godhead, your life is eternal, blissful, and full of knowledge. That is Satchidananda Vigraha. So why should we lose this opportunity? It is most rascal person, they give up this. They do not take advantage of this advantage of Krishna Katha. Therefore Shastra says, Smartabham satato Vishnu, Vismartabhyam na jatuchi. We shall have to remember Vishnu always, everywhere, always. Tasmad bharata sarvatma bhagavan harirish smartabhyam srutavyam kirtitavyascha smartabhancha nityasa. This is the process of Krishna consciousness. We have to hear about Krishna, we have to chant about Krishna, we have to memorize about Krishna, we have to worship Krishna. And this is our movement. We are worshipping Krishna in the temple, we are thinking of him, we are talking about him, and we are hearing about him. So if we live in this way, it does not require any monetary exchange or any high education. Everyone can hear about Krishna. Everyone, after hearing, everyone can talk about Krishna. And while hearing and talking, he can remember about Krishna. And everyone can worship in the temple. What is the difficulty? By prosecuting these four principles of Krishna consciousness, you become immortal. No austerity, no parents, no education, no riches. Simply by following these four principles, you become immortal. So, this verse is very important. Ayud harati vai pungsam uddhannastancha jannaso tassate jat khanonita tassarite. One who is passing time in this way, simply with Krishna call. Chanting also. If you have no time, if you have now spare time, don't sit idly. If there is no facility for reading books or talking about Krishna, chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. If you have got next moment, you can interchange, read something. Always be busy with Krishna. Then sun will not be able to kill you. You are going to live forever. This is the process. First time. Good time. Where is Samson? Where is Samson there? Jayonspad Paramahansa Paribrajacharya Sattara Sadasima Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda ki jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai, Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda
He is the CEO, just the head, manager, the head of the School of Bhakti. Please put your hands together for His Grace, Krishna Kirtan Das. Please, ladies and gents, let's hear it from you.
Put your hands up. High, high, high. Healthier in the way that our relationships, in the food that we eat, the exercise. Did you know that 53% of the UK population have a resolve to do more exercise, to move more? How about financial goal setting? I don't want to spend this much, I want to earn this much. Who here talks about that come New Year's resolutions? Raise your hand. Some? Some of the kids as well, interesting. 31% of people set financial goals when it comes to New Year's resolutions. And I can't see that. 22% of people are focusing on improving themselves. But do you know the percentage? How many people actually fulfill their New Year's resolutions in the UK as a percentage? Let me hear some numbers. 5%? Any more? 10? 20? 9% of people actually fully achieve. Maybe partially, but fully achieve is only 9%. So why is it that we have a resolution, but we can't actually achieve it fully? Why do you think? It's hard to stick to something else? Shout at me. Lack of self-discipline. There's other things in the year it's hard to focus on. Round of applause for this young gentleman. Future Prime Minister, maybe. Something else. Why is it 53% want to change and improve themselves, but only 9% are fully achieving it? Lacking? We're lacking confidence. Amazing. You're very confident. So the Ramayan. Who loves the Ramayan here? The Ramayan gives us an insight into some of the stumbling blocks, some of the obstacles in achieving our goals. And there's 10 of them. Would you like to know them? Raise your 2 hands if you'd like to know. What does Valmiki Muni and the Ramayana Shastra give us insight to? Okay. The 10 heads of Lord Ram. No? Of Ravana. Good. So, one of them is envy, greed, pride, illusion. We have anger, lust, immorality, harshness, ego, and attachment. Now, if you were to take a screenshot of this and go home, do you think it's actually going to change your life? No, it's just another thing they showed at the temple. Let's get the pizza, go home, and watch TV. Right? Life goes on. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, c'est la vie. But here at School of Bhakti, we want to actually give those opportunities of transformation. So I want to invite 3 of our teachers onto the stage. Can we give them a big round of applause and encouragement? We have Vaishnav Das. He's our Hindu priest and head of some of the departments here. We have Antaranga Prabhu in Saffron. He is one of our resident monks. And we have Sundari Radha Mataji. She's from America and married into the community. And she's a wonderful devotee working at the Avanti School. So a big round of applause, please. So who wants to actually see that image but make sense of it? Does anybody want to make sense of it? So let's ask the panelists. Let's start with Vaishnav Prabhu. If you'd like to go into one of these heads and explain and enlighten the audience.
Hare Krishna. We'll start with the big head, the center head. Ravana represents a very significant bad quality that we want to get rid of. And that first bad quality is lust. Lust in Sanskrit is called kama. Yeah, you've heard of that? Not calm as in work, but kama. Lust, when we think of lust, we think lust is to do with the opposite sex. But then you may say, oh, now I'm married, I've got the blinkers on, I've conquered lust. Thank you. But that is not the only meaning of lust. Lust, the scripture Chaitanya Charitamrita explains, is anything which is a desire that you have separate from dharma, from Krishna, is lust. So it is not only to do with the opposite sex, but lust is that breeding ground of desires that we all have in our hearts. The story of Ravana is a very graphic example of how lust can cause your downfall. He was prey to lust in every form, in the form of desire, in the form of desire for the opposite sex. We have many connotations of Ravana, and some even think that Ravana was a very noble person of high birth, a Brahmana, very highly learned, very educated, dear devotee of Lord Shiva, composer of the Shiva Tandava Stotra. He made just one mistake in his life, and Ram beat him for that just one mistake. But when you open the pages of the Ramayana, you hear that Ravana and his exploits with lust, he had abducted, molested, and disrespected ladies in all three planetary systems, in the heavens, on the earthly realm, and in the hellish realms. So a big proposer of lust. We want to free ourselves from lust. The first thing we should do is try to develop a desire of service. The desire for exploitation breeds lust. The desire for serving others purifies us of lust. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So does that help? Would we like to get into the other heads? Okay, so Antaranga Prabhu, if you could take us through greed. How does that affect us, and what does the Ramayana have to say in how we can overcome that?
Ramayana is not only a pastime, which historically we read in the writings of scripture, specifically from Valmiki's Ramayana, but it is something that we can actually transport and transform from the pages of sacred texts and see it in our day-to-day life. So the exact connotation at this point in terms of greed is greed connected to overcome others, greed to be better than others, and greed to be on the top of the pyramid, right? To be on the top of the food chain. So the major difference between Ravana and the major difference between devotees and Ravana is that if you feel disconnected, if you are disconnected from Krishna, what we can observe in others are abilities which surpass us, are individuals which surpass us. But devotee sees, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, I am the ability in man. And let me repeat that again. Krishna says, I am the ability in man. So this is a very interesting concept, but let me explain it now. If we recognize someone else's ability to perform a certain type of task which is better than you in the fields of devotional service, a devotee will say, look at this gentleman, look at this woman, look at these individuals. They are able to utilize God-given attributes to serving God, to serving Krishna, to serving Ram, to serving all the devotional characters. But a demon like Ravana will say, look at this man's ability which surpasses me. He is my enemy. He is an obstacle to my happiness. Let me eliminate him. So the vision is the same, but the application is different. Ravana, which is an epitome of exploitation, was saying this ability in others minimize, diminish, surpass, overcome, and eventually exploit it. The devotee says, look at the beautiful singing of that Vaishnava. Look at the beautiful ways he's making his garlands. Look at the beautiful way that he's performing his devotional service. And glorify the ability, the God-given ability, in the heart of someone else. So don't be a Ravan, don't exploit, but be a devotee and glorify.
Wonderful. Thank you. Big round of applause again. But when they sit here, the teachers, they could potentially feel something, that they're sharing knowledge, everyone is appreciating them, and something creeps into our psyche, which is the next head, pride.
Yeah, so I'll speak a bit on the third head you see, which is pride. And actually in the Ramayana, what's so nice is every lesson is shown by actually a personality. So for pride, how many of you know who Ravana's brother is? Yes, Kapurva. Who's the biggest brother? Does anybody know their name? Kumbhakarna, thank you. Did you know that? Kumbhakarna. In the scriptures, he's described as this massive warrior. Just to wake him up, they had to have a whole army just to turn him over, and elephants and trumpets and a band. Like, he's massive, and that's such a big part of his personality and his identity, is being that massive warrior. So he shows us what pride can do to one's identity. So because he identified so much as that warrior, when Ravana came to Kumbhakarna, he said, look, Kumbhakarna, Ram is destroying my city. I need you to fight. You're the warrior who never gets destroyed. I need you to fight. And Kumbhakarna, he knew actually. His gut feeling was, actually, this is not a good battle. He's coming to save his wife. We really shouldn't be fighting back. But because he was so attached to the identity of being that warrior and being Ravana's brother, it clouded his judgment. And he was proud of who he was. He went ahead and fought. And what happened? He was destroyed. So it teaches us the same thing, that we have so many identities, whether it's our gender, our age, our job, our career, our position, our achievements. Those are all temporary identities that we hold on to and that we're so proud of, which is, it's natural. But when we focus solely on that, it actually affects how we make our choices. And so the scriptures in the Ramayana, they just help us to focus on our eternal identity of being the soul and being part of Krishna and a servant of Krishna, and that'll help our choices be less destructive.
Wonderful. Round of applause. So we overcome pride, hopefully, with the blessings of Lord Ram. But then illusion, that which is not, also affects us. So, Vaishnava Prabhu, how can we overcome this?
Hare Krishna. Illusion. In this world, we battle two types of illusion. Firstly, the illusion that is influenced upon us. And second, the illusion that we portray to the world. Both are two different things, very, very important. Both are illusions. And this particular one, I want to focus on the illusion that we portray to the world. Unfortunately, we live in a world of social media and illusion of not just how we portray ourselves, but illusion of our behavior, illusion of our happiness, illusion of what we have, illusion of what we don't have. All of these illusions keep us in illusion. Maya is that which is not. Maya literally translates to illusion. This world is illusion. It casts an illusion and it influences all of us to also cast an illusion. They say that no one is as good looking as their Facebook profile picture and no one is as bad looking as their passport picture. Because where you can use the filters, you use the filters. Ravana, he used an illusion to bring the Jiva, the living entity. Ma Sita, she is eternally Lord Ram's. But because of illusion, she also falls into a trap. Being attracted to this illusion of a golden deer. Everyone knows there is no golden deer. They don't exist. But it was an illusion so expertly designed that even Ma Sita, such an exalted personality, fell into the trap of Ravan. If we want to get away from this illusion, then study of scripture is the solution. Because we have eyes. You may go to Specsavers and get another pair of eyes, your glasses. But the scriptures also give you a pair of eyes known as Shastra Chakshu, or the glance, the vision of the scripture. When you have that vision, you will be able to overcome both types of illusion. The one that is influenced on you and the one that you influence on others. Hare Krishna.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Who's married here? Raise your hands. Have you ever, and who's a parent? Have you ever lost it at your partner or child? Or the kids, have you ever lost it with your sibling or your parents? Anger. Boy, anger is a problem, right? If only we could be less angry, less agitated. Antaraga Prabhu, enlighten us on this head of Ravana.
It's very interesting when we look at Ramayana, when we look at Mahabharata, when we look at varieties of Vedic scriptures which are historically establishing certain facts. Somewhere or another, if you turned few stones here and there, you feel and you see how anger was very much present. We just saw a beautiful drama by the junior Bhaktivedanta players. And who can say that there was not anger on the side of Lord Ramachandra or Ramachandra's army? And who can say there was definitely not an anger on the side of Ravana? So, how we can distinguish between anger of Ravan, anger of Hanuman, anger of Ram, anger of Sita Devi, anger of all the other participants in all this Ramayana epic? And Bhagavad Gita actually takes us on that journey. It's a slightly reverse journey. In psychology, we are in majority not actually treating the symptoms. We are treating the triggers behind the symptoms, right? Let's say you have a runny nose. So you go behind that and see what triggered it. So Ayurveda deals also with not dealing with the manifestation, but what is the trigger. So behind anger is actually something which Shastra identifies as a contemplation. The way that we perceive certain objects which are manifesting in front of us, based on that nature of that contemplation, our mind internally makes a decision between anger or being pacified, being happy or being sad, being delusioned or being tranquil. So behind anger is a trigger. There is a difference between anger of a parent on its child when the child is misbehaving for his own good. And there's a difference between an anger if someone takes something which doesn't belong to you. So what the lesson is here in Ramayana on the terms of anger, anger properly utilized for the means of correction based on love, for the means of establishing non-envious relationship between each. Because you can shout at someone, but is it out of love or putting someone down? That is the question we have to ask ourselves. So even anger is not necessarily something bad or incorrect, but I want to take it on a subtle plane. And that subtle plane is how we contemplate and how we utilize this anger. Is it for correction, or is it for establishing us as someone who's superior to others? The mistake of Ravan was that he was utilizing anger to be better than anyone else in the room, on the planet, in the universe. But the anger of Hanuman was, Mother Sita is in despair. She's at a difficulty. And this heinous personality mistreated a woman. That is also an anger. So I'm asking you, are you able to discriminate between righteous anger, correct anger, or anger which is destructful, and anger which doesn't bring any positive conclusions? So I'll leave you with that. Hare Krishna.
Wonderful. Raise of hands. Who is able to discriminate between those two types of anger? It's hard, isn't it? It's very hard. We'd wish we could. Hopefully, with some of these inspirations, with the prayers and the blessings of Lord Ram and his devotees, we can. Let us move on now to envy, where someone else is more successful. The neighbor next door got a better Tesla than you, or the student in the class got better results than your kid, right? It annoys us. So, Sundari, please, if you can explain envy.
Of course, envy is so real. It's part of our way of thinking. Sometimes we don't realize it's there. And in the Ramayana, envy is actually personified by Ravana's sister. Does anyone know Ravana's sister's name? Yeah. Starts with an S. Shurpanakha, that's correct. Shurpanakha. How many of you just saw the play that just happened? Okay, so you'll know you saw Shurpanakha was very envious of one person in particular. Sita. She was so envious of Sita because Sita had the most beautiful husband in the world, and that's what she wanted. And so she, like you saw in the play, she went straight for Sita, tried to kill her. Ram and Lakshmana got in the way. Her nose was chopped off. Humiliated, she runs to her brother, Ravan, and she actually plants the seed in his heart. There is a beautiful woman out there. You should go get her. Why? Because Shurpanakha was envious, and she had this whole plan. If her brother gets Sita, who does she get? Ram. So it was her whole plan. And the Ramayana shows us that envy is actually the most destructive feeling or emotion, because that feeling of hers led for the destruction of herself, her brother, her whole family. It started a war. And we can see that in today's world. It hasn't changed much, right? We have envy all around, and it's starting wars everywhere. And the envy is very hard to fight because it's so subtle. But I just have heard a few things over time that kind of help with it. One is taking ourselves out of the center. When we feel envy, it's fully about ourselves. Like, why don't I speak as well as these other people? Or why don't I have the Tesla that he described? It has ourself in the center. So if we remove ourselves from the center, we can think, wow, I'm so happy for that person. How can I be of service to them? That's one thing I heard. So removing ourselves from the center and going back to our identity, like I said earlier, realizing that we're here to serve others, and it's actually a much more peaceful state of consciousness. And the second tip I heard was with envy, to connect everything back to Krishna. So if I see someone sitting like, wow, she's wearing such a beautiful dress. Krishna has given her such great taste in picking out her outfits. How great is our Lord? And that may not come naturally to our hearts because personally, it doesn't come naturally to mine. But I think I saw on the slide earlier, it said, fake it till you make it. And I think that applies here because we can train our mind. We can keep just telling ourselves when we feel envy, we can retrain our mind to think, oh, actually, let me take myself out of the center. How can I be of service to others? And so that's how I think the Ramayana teaches us about envy.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Very nice explanation. So who here works in the corporate world? And there's something known as the corporate ladder, right? And there's ambition to climb that ladder because you get to work from home more, you get more money, you get more influence. But sometimes in the pursuit of climbing that ladder or ambition, sometimes we actually act immorally. We try and cut someone so that we can get ahead. So Vaishnava Prabhu will talk to us about ambition and how that can manifest in our lives.
Hare Krishna. I think this quality is something we very much struggle with because we also try to see that our children, especially as a parent, we want our children to be achievers, go-getters. But here we must learn that there's got to be a measured and a very thought-out process of ambition. If you think about it, through the histories, look at those people that you may feel have become really successful, have made it really big out there. Swami Prabhupada used to say, what advantage is there in becoming another Oppenheimer and giving the atomic bomb? Because ultimately, what is that? It is only causing harm. So what is the use of such ambition? We must aim our ambitions. Ambitions must be aimed. If ambition is not for the betterment, for the benefit, for the welfare of others, that ambition is going to lead us to further destruction. I'll tell you a very good example. In 1996, a devotee of our community went and did interviews with the top industrialists of India. You must know, Tatas, the Birlas, Ambanis. And one conclusion that he came to through all the different interviews with those families that have been successful in business through generations, when asking them how they started off, they all started off for community welfare. The Tatas, the Birlas, the Ambanis, their interest when they started off, today I don't know, was for community growth, community benefit, and see where they are today, and see all those others who spike up success and go down below happiness. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. So let us move on to harshness. We have to all be humble and accept that sometimes we are harsh with our words, with our actions. So it affects all of us. One of these Ravana's heads affects us. So, Antaranga Prabhu, how can we overcome this quality?
I would like to present this interesting topic from a very nice analogy. I'm from a country which has a lot of hills all over. So wherever I look around from Slovakia, it's a very hilly sort of a country. So anywhere you look in the distance, you see mountains everywhere you look. So harshness works like this. When you're far away, far away from a mountain, this is how big is the mountain, right? The closer you go to the mountain, the more bigger the mountain becomes. And if you inside, or if you're on the hills of the mountain, you see all the trees, the rivers, you see the flowers, you see so much variety, and the mountain is absolutely humongous. Those people which are using harsh words, they're very distant, far away from the goal. And the real goal, especially established within the realm of Krishna consciousness, is actually humility. The humility is an opposing element of harshness. So what I mean by this analogy, if you're far away from a mountain, you can say, look how big is the mountain. I can grab it between my index finger and my thumb. It's I am bigger than the mountain. I have the right, I'm much more magnanimous than the mountain. But the closer you are, closer you to Ram, closer you are to Krishna, the more humility in perspective to your closeness comes. The closer you are to the goal, the closer you are to the goals of spirituality, the more miniature and small you become. Not in a form of diminishing who you are as an individual, but appreciating the magnanimity of God. So let me explain this small point. Those individuals, those people which are harsh, those people which are, ridiculing others, those are those which are so far away from the magnanimity of God. On the other hand, those which are humble, meek, tolerant, tranquil, are those which are very close to God, because they understood the magnanimity of Krishna and Ram. So harshness comes from distance, and humility comes from proximity. So one thing we can learn is not to react to harshness with harshness, but with love and compassion. Once I was with some gentleman who was very rude to me. I didn't know him. And I asked him a simple question. Who did this to you that you have to treat people that you don't know with so much harshness? Who did this to you? People which are God conscious, Krishna conscious, are able to look behind the veil of what is on the surface. So harshness is manifestation of sadness, distance, and ultimately lack of God. But humility is the manifestation of proximity. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. That was wonderful, really. Very amazing analogy. Hopefully when we're driving around or traveling in the world and we see a hill, we can remember that analogy. Thank you. So let us come to ego. I'm the best. Who am I? So Sundari, if you could enlighten us on this quality.
Yeah, ego. Ego is a really interesting one. And in the Ramayana, it's kind of defined as a sort of madness where you don't see any mistakes that you're making and you don't learn from any of the mistakes that you've made or any lessons that are coming in your life. And in the Ramayana, this is depicted by Ravana himself. So Ravana's made a series of mistakes that's piled on to get him to where he is. And the reason he never learned from them is because he was full of ego or madness that didn't allow him to reflect or be self-reflective and think, did I make a mistake? So there's a couple of examples. I don't know if many of you know the curses that actually led up to Ravana kidnapping Sita. But actually, long, long ago, way before Ram was born, Ravana was wandering in a forest and saw this beautiful ascetic, which is like a sage, but she was a woman. And we know Ravana has a weakness for beautiful women. And he went up to this woman and tried to approach her, and she respectfully said, no, actually, I'm an ascetic. I'm going to be meditating for the rest of my life. I have no interest in you, Ravana. I'm sorry. And he couldn't take that, so he grabbed her hair, tried to, take her with him. And she immediately burned into ash, because she's like a yogi, like an ascetic. She has the power to do that. So she burned into ash and cursed him, and she said, I will be born again, and I will be the cause of your destruction. So that's number one, okay? So Ravana had chance number one to learn. I mean, it's quite shocking if someone burns into ash by your touch, right? It's memorable, but apparently not for Ravana. Then he goes on to do it again. He goes to another, like Vaishnava Prabhu was saying, he goes to the heavenly planets, and there he sees another beautiful damsel, can't control himself, gets cursed a second time. This time his curse was, if you ever force yourself upon a woman again, you will instantly die. Okay, that shook him up a little bit more, right? Okay, this time he's going to be more careful, but apparently still his ego, his madness wouldn't allow him to learn the lesson. So for the third time, this time he sees Mother Sita, such a beautiful woman, she has to be mine. So this time he knows, if I force myself on Mother Sita, what's going to happen to me? Dead, gone, finished, right? So this time he kidnaps her, like you saw in the play. And he hopes that maybe she'll change her mind. But it was too late. His madness took him so far, he couldn't see the pattern in his own life. And so the Ramayana teaches us the same thing in our life. To see the patterns, notice the patterns. What is it that we're trying to learn? Or what is it that Krishna is showing us through our life? Any patterns in our life can show us a lesson. And we should avoid our ego from allowing us to see that.
Amazing. Wonderful. Round of applause. We have one more head, but just before, I have a couple of volunteers coming around with baskets. So because it's Diwali and Happy New Year's, they'll come around and you can leave your keys, car keys, and your mobile phones and your wallets in there as a donation to the temple. So if the volunteers want to start going around. That's an awkward laughter, isn't it? We're very attached to our keys and our children and our belongings. So our final head of Ravana, which is manifest in all of us, is attachment. Vaishnava Prabhu, please take us insecurity and attachment.
Yeah. Hare Krishna. So if there was a ground that was breeding bad qualities, then I would say the manure adding fertility to the ground is insecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, insecurity is very, very deep in all of us, and it comes out in different forms. But one very beautiful saying I heard recently is to get away from this insecurity, we must hold on to the best type of security. And that is not Black Hawk or, all the different types of security and alarms you have. That is Krishna's security. Because, keep this in your mind, you can maybe repeat it after me. Don't tell your problems don't tell God, don't tell Krishna how big your problems are. Tell your problems how big your Krishna is, your Ram is. This will help us get away, dry up that manure, dry up that nourishment that is being given to our bad habits through insecurity. When we constantly connect with Krishna, constantly connect with the words of Krishna, then we will become much stronger people. Hare Krishna.
So now your turn. I want you to all just kind of raise your shoulders back, up and back. Take a deep breath in through your nose, out of your mouth. Take a good stare at the 10 heads of Ravana. Think of it as a mirror. No, you don't all have a mustache and you don't have 10 heads. But at least one of these 10 heads manifest in our daily lives, if not more. Today, on a special day of Diwali, here at the sacred grounds of Bhaktivedanta Manor, in front of a great saint, Srila Prabhupada, close your eyes and reflect which head is the one that is the obstacle for this new year to become new news and not old news. Once you've thought of it, close your eyes and make a personal prayer to Lord Ram that just like he shot Ravana's 10 heads, may he clear this obstacle in our journey back to Bhakti, back to Ayodhya. On the way home, and if you haven't taken darshan, or as you offer a lamp into the lake, please make that prayer very strong. Coming to Bhaktivedanta Manor isn't about just taking the darshan, trying to see God. It's about taking God home in our hearts. And these obstacles is what troubles us day in, day out. So from the School of Bhakti and Bhaktivedanta Manor, we hope and we pray that all of us can start this new year with new vigor, new inspiration, and new hope. Now, New Year's means a gift. You've been given gifts of prasad, wonderful darshan, association with saintly people, and meeting many, many like-minded people. Here at School of Bhakti, we've got a wonderful gift for you, and we wanted to just quickly show you what it's all about.
Since earlier this year, everyone has been talking about the journey of Sri Ramachandra entitled Rise, Your Dharma.
Hare Krishna. So, could I get a big round of applause for our panelists and our School of Bhakti teachers? We have Vaishnav Prabhu here. Big round of applause. Antaranga Prabhu here. And Sundari Mataji here. Thank you so much, panelists. You could come off this way. As they set up the stage for the next part, we wanted to explain what that gift was. And it is this wonderful Ramayan course, Finding Your Dharma, practical lessons like they've explained today, experiments and interactive discussions over 4 Sundays here at the Bhaktivedanta Manor. You could also log on via Zoom. Normally it was £50, but because it's Diwali, up until midnight tonight, you can sign up scanning the QR code or going to schoolofbhakti.com, and it's only £25 today. So we invite you all to come and join us for this wonderful course. From School of Bhakti, thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hari Bol. Ladies and gents, please give a big round of applause to Krishna Kirtan Das and his wonderful panelists. Before you go, so tell me, so you're saying there's a special offer. I mean, what's the course going to entail, the 4 weeks of it? What are we going to learn?
4 weeks, you'll learn the main stories of the Ramayana, but just like we tried to show today, how it impacts our life here in London, with our families, with our work jobs. It's one thing reading something from the ancient times, but how can that timeless wisdom impact and empower me today? That is what we want to try and gift to you all through the Ramayana course.
Fantastic. And I can see that you've taken over, well, you've taken the leadership role within the School of Bhakti this year. What's your plans going forward over the next, because it's grown quite a lot over the last, it started, 4 years ago, I think? It was called the College of Vedic Studies before.
So the School of Bhakti's had, just like a child has had many phases of life, from baby to toddler to child to teenager. So it's gone through manor education to College of Vedic Studies, now it's School of Bhakti. And going forwards, next year we have a very special brochure coming out about all the different courses that are going to be mapped out for the whole year, so you can plan your retreats and courses for the whole year. We'll have health bundles, weekly yoga, we'll be looking at purpose and success, we'll be studying Kirtan, Gita, Mahabharat, the Ramayana, and many other courses of the history of ISKCON and our culture. So there's something for everybody. All you have to do is go visit the website. It's also on the temple's website, so you can find out more and find what's suitable for you and your friends and family.
I mean, I've seen the School of Bhakti really grow exponentially, especially since COVID. I mean, do you think, what is it about this particular moment in our time that there's a real strong desire for people to seek knowledge? Why is it this particular moment in time? Why are people... It's very popular. Your courses are...
It's interesting because we're able to, at the click of a button, connect with someone in Australia. So we're able to travel far, quick, but we feel lonely. We're able to have access to the whole world in our pocket, but we feel like we don't know everything. So since COVID, the world has boomed, but at the same time, there's a lot of doom in our life. So I think everybody's looking and hankering for some awakening, some enlightenment, some community. So here at the Manor, because of the gifts of Srila Prabhupada and these wonderful books and culture, we're able to try our best in a sincere way to explain it, how it can impact us. And here's 3 amazing offerings of how the past can enhance the present. And so we have... Coming up at the end of November, we have a Saturday-Sunday theatre production, exclusive new Mahabharat drama on the dice game. So many of us have watched it on the Hindi TV version with the and the 1,000 arrows coming from one arrow. But we're bringing it to life here, that very emotional, tricky chapter of the dice game. So that's available at the end of November. And there's about 100 seats left of the 600. So they're going very fast, so please grab outside on the table. You can register there, or you can scan the QR code or go to the website. As we've already spoken, the rise to Dharma on the Ramayan epic. To this year, Lord Ram was installed in that victorious moment in Ayodhya. So let us learn about the lessons of Lord Ram. And then finally, we have a free course running every month here over 2 Sundays, 2 hours per session. And there we're learning the principles and lessons of the epic Ramayan. Of the Mahabharata.
Mahabharata. I was on that course. Let me just tell you,
yeah.
it's a phenomenal course. Nimai Chandra is running the same course again.
Yes.
You have to go to that course. It's free, but you need to commit. You have to book aside those 2 Sundays. But I wish it had been longer, if I'm honest. I wish it had been 4 weeks.
Well, that's a nice plug, because our next speaker on stage, you can speak to him about. He is the teacher of the in-depth Mahabharata course, which we're launching in February. And that will be advertised next month. So there will be an opportunity to not only learn over 4 weeks, but also to go abroad on a fantastic retreat with him and his band, which you're about to see. So you just literally took the words out of my mouth.
Fantastic. I mean, we could talk for ages on this. The best way now for people to get connected, sign up to the newsletter. So go on the social medias. And what's the website? Remind me the website.
Schoolofbhakti.com.
So get your phones out now. Go on. Just put it into your browser. It'll save there. Schoolofbhakti.com. And then sign up to the newsletter. I tell you what, if this kind of organization had existed when I was a child, a bit longer than 30, 40, maybe 40 years ago, 50 years, there it is. There's all the social media. So please keep in touch. I'm really chuffed that something like this exists, and thank you to Krishna Kirtan for leading that. It's not just you who does it. There's a team behind you. There's no I in team. We know that, but somebody has to take that leadership, and it's gone from strength to strength. So thank you very much. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for His Grace Krishna Kirtan. Thank you. Now, we've had Gyan, we've had this wonderful knowledge. Now we need to also we've had that meditation. Now this is a different kind of meditation. It's call and response. It's Kirtan. Is everyone ready for some Kirtan? Okay, so let's raise our hands in the air. Remind ourselves of the Maha Mantra. Does everyone know the Maha Mantra of Lord Shri Krishna? Okay, repeat. Hands in the air. So when we raise our hands in the air, we're raising our hands in the air in the spirit of surrender. We're saying to Lord Shri Krishna, my dear Lord Krishna, repeat after me, my dear Lord Krishna. Okay, if you're praying to Krishna, you've got to be louder than that. He needs to hear you. He's got so much else going on in his universe. My dear Lord Krishna.
My dear Lord Krishna.
My dear Lord Krishna.
My dear Lord Krishna.
Please engage me.
Please engage me.
In your devotional service.
In your devotional service.
I pray to be your servant.
I pray to be your servant.
Eternally.
Eternally.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna.
Krishna Krishna.
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
A little louder. Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Rama Rama.
Rama Rama.
Hare Hare. Shri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Shri Diwali Maha Mahotsav ki. Ladies and gentlemen, please join in and be receptive. Hear the kirtan and then join in with your tongue. Have Krishna dancing on your tongue to the Maha Mantra. Please, this is the gentleman of Bhaktivedanta Manor Brahmachari Ashram. Please put your hands together for the gentleman of the Brahmachari Ashram.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, can you please say Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Have a louder, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Can I double time? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Gokulanand ki, Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Gonitay ki, Jai Go Premanande.
Shashi. Hare Krishna, thank you very much. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for the gentlemen of the Brahmachari Ashram at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Before you go, Sankit, you've got to introduce these wonderful gentlemen. Here you go. Introduce them one by one. Here we go. This is Sankit. He put together this band. They're all resident devotees here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, and he's very shy, I know. Okay, I'm going to hold you. Tell me who's who.
Yes. So leading our singing, we had Panchtattva Prabhu. And then we have Paramakaruna Prabhu. And then on the Mridanga, we had Ananta Achyuta Prabhu. And Cyrus Prabhu.
And of course, not forgetting Sankit Prabhu. Thank you very much, because you know what? Trying to arrange the brahmacharis is harder than trying to arrange the brahmacharinis. But thank you very much. And I'll see you back on the next festival, which is Ram Navami. Yes, fantastic. Thank you very much. Once again, a big round of applause to the gentlemen of the Brahmachari Ashram. Okay, so we're going to move on before we get to the grand drama. These two major events coming up right now. The grand drama from the Bhaktivedanta players, followed by a really special program, which was premiered last week here in Sri Krishna Haveli, which is called Sitayana Katha. So we've all heard of Ram Katha, but now this is Sita Katha from the perspective of Sita. So the entire Ramayana from the perspective of Sita, what she saw and what she says in the scripts. And that is going to be a fantastic interactive musical rendition, a katha by His Grace Sri Radha Raman Das. So, before we do that, has everyone had a good day today? Did you all have a good weekend? I mean, you know, Diwali falling on a weekend, that's hard, isn't it? Did the men do all the work or did the women do all the work? Who was cooking? Is there any man here who was cooking? Let's be honest. Who cooked the food? You did? Oh, really? Is he lying? Your grandmother cooked. Why are you lying, my friend? Come on. Okay, what about you? Were you cooking? What did you cook? Just rice. Right, so the dal, the sabji. You made the dal. What dal did you make? Chana dal. Okay, and what else? Did you make the samosa? Really? What's your method? Do you use puff pastry or homemade pastry? Homemade. Give this man a round of applause. I mean, the women in the audience are all fainting at the thought of a man doing some work. But well done. I mean, it's a wonderful event for all the family to get involved. It took, you know, up at 6. My wife was up at 6 most mornings. She was sleeping at midnight, 1 o'clock. I don't know how she did it, but I had a really good time. I mean, I'll just tell you that. We had a big family event, and that is what this weekend was about. It's the arrival of Lord Ram into our lives, returning from exile. It's the festival of the lifting of Govardhan Hill. You know this? The Krishna lifted Govardhan Hill on the same day. It's also the same day that Mother Yashoda tied up little baby Krishna to the wooden grinding mortar. So what wonderful pastimes we have that all fell on the same weekend. So we were very blessed to have taken part on that. And I wish you all a very, very happy and prosperous new year. Happy Diwali. I think you should give yourselves a round of applause for being here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Yeah, be generous to yourself. Come on, let's hear it. Because you've got to practice that round of applause for the next act. Keep clapping. Please, ladies and gents, put your hands together for the wonderful dancers who are going to come on stage right now from Nataraj Fine Arts. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Thank you.
Body is already existing. I am spirit. I have got my spiritual body. But that body is now covered by this matter. So, by understanding the transcendental activities of Sri Krishna, by Sri Krishna consciousness, one can become liberated. And what is the result of that liberation? That is also spoken in the 8th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. The Lord says, Mam upeta kaunteya My dear Arjun, Kaunteya, son of Kunti, please note it, that Mam Upetta, anyone who comes to me, Mam Upetta Kaunteya, Dukhalam Asasatam Napnuvanti, that he does not come again to this material world, which is Dukhalam. Dukhalam, a place of misery. This material world is certified by the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the place of misery. Now, if this place is made for that purpose, just to give us miseries only, how you can make it a place of happiness? The place is meant for that purpose. The Lord Krishna says that somebody, anybody who comes back to me, he hasn't got to come back again to this place of miseries. Tattadeham punarjanmanaiti mameti. And again he says, Mamupeta kauntiya dukkhalayam asasatam. This place is full of miseries. We are deluded, illusion. We are accepting this place as permanent settlement. We are making plans, so many plans to make a permanent settlement. But the Lord says, it is not only full of misery, asasatam, you cannot remain here permanently. However, make your plan to live here permanently. You cannot live here. You have to give up. You can't spoil your energy for making this material world very comfortable. Or you may live for some years very comfortably, but cruel death will come and snatch you from all comfortable position and put you into another position which is beyond your control. You cannot say that I have made my position very secure and very comfortable with great endeavor by advancement of economic development, by advancement of material science. Let me remain here. I am very happy. The time will say, no, that will not be allowed. You must leave immediately, without delay. You know, your President Kennedy, he was going in a procession, and the time came, and he had to leave everything at once, without any hesitation. You cannot hesitate. So, we are in the grip of the material nature. However, we may declare ourselves that we are independent. We are not independent. We are dependent, completely dependent. We may foolishly mislead ourselves by the sense of independence. No, we are not independent. We are completely under the control of the material nature. Devi jesa gunamai mama maya duruttaya. The material nature is so strong that it is very difficult to get out of the entanglement. But there is a way. That is also said in the Bhagavad Gita. Mami vaja prapadante, mayami tarantite. Anyone who surrenders unto me, the whole process of material activities, material nature is going on under this principle that we are required to go back to the eternal world to get our eternal life and eternal blissful knowledge. These things are awaiting us. But if we do not try, do not endeavor for attaining that sublime position and spoil our reserved energy in making an adjustment of this temporary material world, that is our foolishness. You will find in the 7th chapter Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says, Namang prapaddante mudha duskitino naradhama maya aparihita jnana asuri bhavamasritaha. Lord says that there are persons who are duskritina miscreants, mudha, foolish, duskritina mudha, and naradhama, and the lowest of the humankind, and maya aparita jnana, and they have been plundered of their real knowledge by the stringent laws of material nature. Such people do not come unto me. So these things are, if we study Bhagavad Gita, we have to take it, Bhagavad Gita, as it is. We cannot give our own interpretation just to suit our purpose. This thing already been explained in this 4th chapter, that it is understood by the parampara system, by the disciplic succession. So we have to take up this knowledge from the disciplic succession. And this Bhagavad Gita was spoken some millions of years before to the sun god. That is also stated. And the sun god instructed this Bhagavad Gita again to Manu to Ikaku, and in this way this is coming by disciplic succession. But during the time of Kurukshetra war, that great philosophy of yoga system of Bhagavad Gita was lost, and therefore Lord Krishna again said to Arjuna. Therefore, if we want to understand Bhagavad Gita, then we have to understand as Arjuna understood it. That is the process. So here the Lord says that Janma karma me divyam, my appearance and disappearance. Mark this word, appearance and disappearance. Birth and death is not applicable to law. Birth and death is applicable to this material body. The material body has its birth, and the material body has its death, dissolution. But the spiritual body is eternal. It has neither death nor birth. Therefore, the spiritual body, the exact language to be used, appearance and disappearance. I have several times spoken in this meeting, just like the sun. The sun disappear and appear. For the sun, there is no question of birth and death, because sun is eternal. So anything eternal, when the Lord comes, it is just like the sun appears and sun disappears. It does not mean because we do not see Krishna just now in our presence. Of course, in transcendental sense, when we acquire that transcendental sense, we see Krishna through this Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita is Krishna. It's not, Bhagavad Gita is not different from Krishna. That is the sense of absolute knowledge. In the absolute world, there is no difference between the person and the words. Just like this tape recorder, it is being recorded. My words or my songs are being recorded. But they are different. They from me. This is dual, the world of duality. But at the absolute world, there is no such difference. Just like you are chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. This name Krishna and the personality Krishna is the same. It's the same. Hare Krishna means when I hear the sound, the transcendental sound, vibration, Krishna, that means Krishna is on my tongue, on my ear. Therefore, if we chant this vibration of transcendental sound with devotion and with attention, that is the highest type of meditation and yoga. And very easy. The process is that you chant Hare Krishna and exactly the same sound you hear. So your mind is concentrated on this Krishna, and Krishna is not different. This sound Krishna is not different from person Krishna. Therefore, when we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, it is as good as Krishna. Therefore it is stated here that mind, appearance, disappearance and activity and glories, that Dibbam. Dibbam means transcendental. They do not belong to this world of duality. This world is of duality. But transcendental means that it is above this dualism. It is the absolute world. So anyone who understands this fact, that Krishna is not different from the sound Krishna. Krishna is not different from this Bhagavad Gita. Krishna is not different from from anything which is connected with Krishna. These things are to be understood. The whole world is the representation of the energy that we learn in the 7th chapter, is the manifestation of the energy of Krishna. And it has been described, there are two kinds of energies, the lower energy and the higher energy. And the higher energy is the living entities, just like we are. We living entities, we belong to the higher nature of the Supreme Lord. Jiva Bhuta Mahabhavo Jaidam Bharjati Jagat. This world is moving. This world is made of lower nature, material. And the higher nature is the living entity. So anything which is connected with Krishna, it becomes to the higher nature. Even in these material things, if it is dovetail with Krishna consciousness, then it turns into higher nature. The example I have several times repeated, just like you put an iron rod in the fire, it becomes warmer, and gradually it becomes red hot. When it is red hot, it is transformed into the nature of fire. It is no longer iron. Similarly, if you constantly remain in Krishna consciousness, you at once transfer yourself to the higher nature of Krishna. And that is your liberation. And if we can die in higher nature, then this formula, tatta deham punarjanma naiti, oh, he does not come back again to this material world. So we shall have to try, we shall have to practice this Krishna consciousness in such a way that we shall permanently exist in higher nature. And if we can die in that higher nature, then our place in the transcendental world is reserved. That is the whole thing. In India, there is a common saying. They say, bhajan karo, pujan karo, morte janle hoy. The meaning is that however you may meditate upon, you may be a very great meditator, or you may be a great religionist or yogi, or a very learned scholar, or whatever you may be. But everything will be tested at the time of your death. How far you have made progress, that will be tested at the time of your death. That is also explained in the Bhagavad Gita. Janga janga vapi smaran loke tadatante kalevaram. Ante means at the end, because this body is sure to end. Antavati me deha. This body is antavat. It is destined to be ended, as sure as death. But nitya sutta saririna means the spirit spark which is occupying this body, that is nitya, that is eternal. So whole process is that the eternal has to get rid of these non-permanent material contact, and he has to take leave for the spiritual world. So, come on. So the whole process is that during our present existing life, we have to practice in such a way that we remain constantly on the higher nature, on the spiritual nature. Exactly in the same way, just like you put the iron rod in the fire and make it warmer, and so long it does not get red hot. So it becomes fire. This is practical. In the same way, you have to put yourself in such a way that you are always constantly in the higher nature. Not that for 1 hour, 2 hours, we make this association, we try to be in higher nature, and after leaving this place, we again turn to the lower nature. No. We should always, whatever we hear from this place, we should try to understand clearly, without any doubt. Just like Lord Krishna says here, tatta deham punarjanma naiti mameti kaunteya, that Anyone who understands Krishna's appearance, disappearance and activities, all these transcendental things, he goes back to the kingdom of Godhead after leaving this body. Now this fact should be clearly understood. So I am trying to make you understand it clearly. How it can be possible? This is possible in this way, that you have to think of Krishna always. How is that the Krishna appears in his transcendental body and how he disappears? So everything scrutinizedly we have to understand. In the Bhagavad Gita you find tad vidhi pranipatena pariprasnena sevaya. One has to learn all these things from the person who is in the knowledge of these things. It is not that simply by purchasing one Bhagavad Gita we understand everything. No. Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprasnena sevaya. You have to approach a person who is in the knowledge of the things. Without this, you cannot understand. That is recommended. It is essential. In the, I am to say, in the Vedas also, Kathopanishad, this is said exclusively. Tasmad gurum prapaddeta jigyasu saya uttamam. Tasmat means therefore. Therefore means something has been said before. What is that? Tasmat gurum prapaddeta jigyasu saya uttamam. As soon as we began to ask about the higher nature, that propensity should be awakened. In the lower nature, we are busy in the matter of eating, sleeping, defending and sense gratification. So we should not be satisfied simply remaining in the lower nature. The human life is made for developing the higher nature. The Vedanta Sutra therefore says, Athata Brahma Jigyasa. Now you have got the developed consciousness of human body. Now, this is the time for asking about the Supreme Brahma. You ask them to speak slowly. Please speak slowly. You go there. So this higher nature has to be developed. This association, this transcendental association is meant for developing that higher nature. Higher nature. We must understand that higher nature, that as it is recommended in the Vedas, that tadvijnanatham sa gurumeva vigachet samitpani srotriyam brahmanistam. And again in the Srimad Bhagavata also it is said that tasmad gurum prapaddeta jigyasu sreya uttamam. In all the scriptures this is said. Without approaching a person who can teach you of the higher nature, you cannot develop. It is not possible to acquire. You have got the higher nature, but to invoke that higher nature, it requires the assistance of a person who is in the higher nature. That is recommended. If somebody says that I don't require any help of any spiritual master, that is wrong. That is wrong. You will find all the great persons, so far our Vedic culture is concerned, great learned scholars, just like Sankaracharya. Perhaps you have heard the name of Sankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, Madhyacharya, Nimbarka, Lord Chaitanya. In India, there have been many, many great scholars. Even Krishna, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he had a spiritual master. Because he wanted to show the example. He did not require any circumstances to acquire knowledge from any other. But because he was playing just like a human being, so he set the example that he accepted a spiritual master. There are instances. So similarly, Lord Chaitanya also, he accepted a spiritual master. Sankaracharya accepted a spiritual master. That is the system. Evam parampara praptam yoga rajasaya vidu. The disciplic succession must be accepted. Just like we are trying to understand from Krishna, Arjuna is trying to understand. Arjuna also said to Krishna, Shishasteham sadhimang prapannam. Just I am surrendering unto you. I accept me as your disciple, Shishya. Shishya means disciple. Shishya, this is a grammatical word, sasdhatu. Sasdhatu, it is a verb from which this word Shishya comes. Shishya means one who accepts voluntarily the disciplinary measures from the higher authority. He is called a Shishya. So, in order to acquire, in order to be situated in that higher nature, we have to approach a personality like Krishna or his representative. And so the best thing is that Arjuna, he got this instruction from Bhagavad Gita and he developed that higher nature. And so we have to take from Arjuna as it is. So we have to keep ourselves always in the higher nature. Then the result will be that at the time of death, at the end, taktadeham, that we are counting for that day when we have to give up this body. Just like I am now 70 years old, so I am now 70 years old, so my days are counted. So I have to give up this body. The warning is already there. So we have to prepare ourselves. Just like when going some outer station from New York to California, if you wanted to go, you have to make your preparation, say fortnight before, reserving the seat and making all arrangement. Similarly, we must know that we have to leave this body and we must prepare for that. Unless we don't prepare for that, all of a sudden if death comes, then our whole life is spoiled. That is the whole system. So we have to think of Krishna. This is the very easiest process. What are the activities, how Krishna appears, how Krishna disappears, what are the nature of Krishna's activities. So we must try to understand these things. The janma karma me dibbam, jo janati tattvata. This inquisitiveness, the appearance and disappearance of Krishna and his activities, this inquisitiveness is transcendental inquiries. So we must know it from persons who are in the knowledge, and that way we shall be able to put ourselves constantly in Krishna consciousness, and the result will be that taktadeham, by quitting this body, we shall be at once transferred to the transcendental world. This is the process. Now, in the next sloka, Krishna says that Vitaraga Bhaya Krodha, Vitaraga Bhaya Krodha, Manmayamam Upasita, Bahavo Gyanatapasa, Bhuta Mad Bhavamagata. Krishna says that Arjuna, in the past, there were many sages who, Vitaraga Bhaya Krodha, after surpassing 3 stages of existence, when they came to Krishna consciousness, they were liberated. Vitaraga Bhaya Krodha. Now, what is this Raga Bhaya Krodha? Raga means attachment. Attachment. And Vitaraga Bhaya. Bhaya means fear. And Krodha means anger. So, these 3 stages are there in our life. And what are these? Raga, attachment, in the lowest stage of our life, when we do not know what I am, I consider this body myself, this deluded conception of life, that I am this body. This is deluded conception. And when you have got too much attachment for this deluded conception of life, that is called raga. Raga. Mostly people, generally, they are acting in this material world with this conception of life, that I am this material body. So they are working whole day and night for making a comfortable life of this material body. So they are called in the stage of raga, attachment. Attachment. And the next stage is bhaya. Bhaya. And what is that bhaya? Fear. Now, that's please don't talk. Bhaya means that there are transcendentalists who are culturing a transcendental knowledge, but they are very much afraid of conceiving that there is another world which is spiritual world, and that is also similar like this world, and the personality of Godhead is there, and we have to go there, and we have to live as his servitor. So we carry the ideas of this world to that world. Therefore, we are afraid. There are many transcendentalists who like the impersonal conception of the Supreme Truth. As soon as personal conception of the Supreme Truth is presented there, they are afraid of, oh, it is something material, it is not real. This is called bhaya. But actually it is not that. Actually, this material world is described in the Bhagavad Gita as the perverted reflection of the actual spiritual world. You find in the 15th chapter that this material world is described as a obverted tree whose root is upwards and the branches are downwards. Have you any experience of this obverted tree whose root is upward and the branches and the leaves are downwards? Have you seen any tree like that? You have seen it, but you have forgot. You have seen When you see a tree on the bank of a river or bank of a reservoir of water, you will find the reflection of the tree, just the opposite number. So similarly, this word in the 15th chapter, it is described there as an upverted tree. That means the real tree is there. The real tree is there. Just like the example is given and several times that and the impersonalists, they describe this word as false, But simply describing this word as false is not sufficient. What is the reality? We must know. Generally the example is cited that in the darkness, when you see a curling rope, you misunderstand it, that it is a snake. But actually it is not the snake.
You know, this is always the highlight of any festival is the Bhaktivedanta players. But this theatre troupe has been going for 50 years, but one gentleman has been looking after it with a team of people actually for 40 years, and I want to call him to the front of the stage. Please welcome to the front of the stage His Grace Jai Krishna Das. So Jai, tell me, what's been going on over the last 40 years with the troupe?
Well, as you can see, some of our kids are getting older and older. Ek and Varsha were monkeys, but now you can see behind the stage, they're as tall as the ceiling now.
And you've been looking after the Bhaktivedanta players for how long?
Since 1985.
1985. And when was it started?
It was started in 1975.
So we worked out that's 49 years, right? 49 years, and then 39 of those years, His Grace Jai Krishna has been running it. I think that's an amazing, amazing achievement to do the same service. I also have to acknowledge, and I know you want me to, his partner in crime is backstage, His Grace Dwarkapuri Prabhu. Please put your hands together for His Grace Dwarkapuri.
So without Dwarka, we couldn't get the costumes. He does all the hard work. So he really, really works hard behind the scenes. We owe a great gratitude to Dwarkapuri Prabhu for arranging. We have more than 600 costumes in his little wardrobe.
And it is a little wardrobe. Big round of applause to Jai Krishna and Dwarkapuri. I'm going to come over here. I want to see the graduates. Come here, this young lady here, and you, come here. Hanuman, Haribol. Okay. So, how are you related to Jai Krishna?
He's my dad.
Daddy!
Father G.
G. So these two brother and sister were this age when they started with Jai Krishna, and now they seem to have taken the mantle. What are your earliest memories of working with your dad as a theatre actor?
It's got to be being a monkey war for Lord Ramachandra.
And what about you, Varsha?
I think it was being a school with Prahlad in the Nrsimhadev play. I remember being a little girl and dancing with Prahlad. That was a wonderful memory.
That's amazing. And for you, I mean, would you take this up to the next level to maybe become an actor in your career? Is that what would you like to do that?
We would just like to be part of Lord Ramachandra's Leelas.
What a beautiful boy. Any Gujarati girls, we have marriage service. Oh, taken. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. Or any Gujarati boys. We make marriage right here. I'm Brahmin. Don't worry. So, Varsha, what about you? What's your sort of plans? You've been working with your father for 30 years or 25 years. What's the next 25 years look like to you?
I think continuing to do the dramas and helping to be more involved with them to maybe take over.
Yeah!
So staying with the Bhaktivedanta players forever. That's my goal.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful goal. I am so in awe of all of you. Once again, every single one of you I know share my appreciation of this fantastic troupe of actors. It's unique, not just in this country, but this troupe of actors tour the world. They're being called all over the world, to India, to America, to Australia. And I don't know of any other temple that has this level of commitment within the ISKCON world. There might be within other organizations, but within the ISKCON world. So once again, raise your hands in the air And put your hands together and repeat with me 3 Haribols. Haribol! 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 Bhaktivedanta players key! There you go. All the monkeys off. Here we go. Fantastic. Jai Shri Ram! Okay, please don't go anywhere. We're nearly, at the finale of our program today. It's been a fantastic day. The audience, I tell you what, you are the best audience I've ever had. You really are. Give yourselves a round of applause. Fantastic. Yes, thank you. So we're going to welcome on stage a very special guest here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Every year we are blessed to have the association of different people who come to support the work here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. But I'm not going to introduce that person. I want you to bring the representation of the communications department here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Please put your hands together for the wonderful Tulsi Seva Dasi. Tulsi Seva.
Is this for me? Hare Krishna, everyone. Oh, Hare Krishna, everyone. Oh, that's not good enough. One more time. Hare Krishna, everyone. Jai Shri Ram. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Annie Brewster, the lovely Annie Brewster, once again to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Annie Brewster is the High Sheriff of Hertfordshire. Big Hare Krishna. Once again. I know you can do better than that.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. How can I follow that, ladies and gentlemen? That was absolutely incredible. I feel so honored to have seen this very rare troupe that travels the world. So a little girl just asked whether I was a magician. I think I've disappointed her. Sadly, I'm not. And I'm not a pantomime outfit. This is a real outfit. I am the King's representative of law and order in Hertfordshire. Woo! Hence a sword. It's a real sword, early 19th century sword, and I'm the first lady to wear the sword because I'm only the 14th woman in 1,084 years to be the High Sheriff. And I was told I couldn't have a sword. I could have a sword bearer. I could have a young man to carry it for me. So I went a bit higher and I said, if I wear trousers, may I wear one? And they said, I don't see why not. So that's why I'm dressed like this. Queen Victoria wanted us all to look the same, so we'd be recognized with black velvet and cut steel buttons. But the ladies have a new hat with the ostrich feather in it. So what's my job? My job is to call a new monarch. I hope I don't need to call a new monarch in my year, that King Charles stays healthy. And the other thing is I call the general election result, which I did a few months ago. I called Grant Shapps' result. He was a defense minister, if you remember him. And they had lots of security in the room, but they still let me in with my sword. And they said my hat needs to go back to Whipsonade Zoo. They didn't understand why it was a feather. Anyway, apart from that, my job is delightful to go around the county and to thank people for the great things they do. And one of my favorite places is right here. It is absolutely incredible. And I've got so many friends now. I've been to a number of festivals, but it's the first Diwali I've ever been to. So I am so grateful. We've had a lovely tour. We've just been down to the lake. If you haven't been down to the lake, you must go down to the lake. But I really am so grateful. I'm used to outdressing other people, but here I've been outdressed by you and you and you and you, and even the men. So congratulations and happy Diwali to you. And I hope you have I hope you had a wonderful few days, and the climax to your Diwali is happy and wonderful with all the light and all the love. So thank you so much for having me here. Happy Diwali. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annie Brewster. You're welcome anytime, not just on Diwali or Janmashtami. You're welcome anytime. Okay, thank you. Hare Krishna, everyone. Haribo. 3 Haribos for Annie Brewster. Haribo. 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 Thank you.
Fantastic. So here we are. Thank you again to the comms team for bringing the wonderful High Sheriff and Brewster. So we are at that point where we're going to have our finale act. And I have a request. I mean, you're very comfortable and you're welcome to stay there. But should you so desire, there are some seats in the middle here. Please try not to save seats, because what we want is more of an intimate atmosphere in the center area where the artist can see you. So if you wouldn't mind, if you've got a chair next to you, just put your hands up. There's a whole load of chairs here and at the edge here. So if you're at the sides, you'll get a better view if you sit in the center aisle, okay? So you're more than welcome to come in the center. So if you don't save seats now, please, because we're at the finale stage. We want to fill the center area. Not for me, but for the artist. It's really important. You'll understand why. It's very interactive, and it's, you know, you need to see the whites of his eyes as he's reciting this wonderful Sita Katha. I'm going to explain more about that in a minute. But first, what we're going to do, we're just setting up the mic, so bear with us. Give us a few minutes, and then we're going to have a quick mic check, and then we're going to come back here. So just move about, get into the center area if you wouldn't mind. That'd be great.
I'll follow.
D sharp.
Just stay to D now. Just tell Kevin I'm going D.
That's D.
Can we do it together?
Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram.
One, testing. Testing 1 2. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram.
going?
Okay, good. 7:45 is it? Okay, that'd be really helpful. Thank you so much.
You know, we've taken up 15 minutes doing that, so you can get the table right. So just stay. As long as you've got an audience, you're happy.
Yeah, completely.
Go 7:45. Okay, I'm going to introduce you and then over to you. I won't waste much time now.
We're going to start. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay, ready? Beto, aram se.
Okay, you know what? It's always worth doing this. So thank you for your patience, because a lot of time and effort has gone into producing this next. I'm not going to call it a performance. It's a katha. So it's not a performance actually. So, but even though you're on stage, but it's for the pleasure of Lord Sri Ram. It's for the pleasure of our eternal spiritual master, His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, and it's for the pleasure of all of you here who've attended today. So I urge you all, the lights are going to dim very shortly. I urge you all to now engage your minds and your hearts and your intellect completely and give yourself 100% now for the next hour and a half, hour and 15. We'll keep going for as long as you want, okay? And I think you're going to find it's going to be really worth it. So I'm not going to say any more other than to introduce the wonderful Sri Radharaman and his Sitayana Katha. Please put your hands together.
You can all now close your eyes and meditate upon Sri Ram and Sri Sita as the first bhajan is about to start.
सीताराम जय सीताराम
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 जानकी वल्लभ सीताराम
जानकी वल्लभ सीताराम
सीताराम जय सीताराम
सीताराम जय सीताराम सीताराम जय सीताराम
सीताराम जय सीताराम
सीताराम जय सीताराम
सीताराम सीताराम जय सीताराम
सीताराम जय सीताराम
सीताराम जय सीताराम
सीताराम जय सीताराम सीताराम जय सीताराम जानकी वल्लभ सीताराम जानकी वल्लभ सीताराम
मंगल भवनया मंगलहारी द्रवहु सुदशरथ अजिर बिहारी राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम मंगल भवन अमंगल हारी प्रभु सुदशरथ अजिर बिहारी राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम जनकपुरी रघुनंदन आए नगर निवासी दर्शन पाए सीता के मन भाई राम सिया राम जय जय राम जनकपुरी रघुनंदन आई नगर निवासी दर्शन पाई मन भाई राम सिया राम जय जय राम रघुनंदन ने धनुष चढ़ाया राजाओं का मान घटाया सीता ने वर पाए राम सिया राम जय जय राम रघुनंदन ने धनुष चढ़ाया राजाओं का मान घटाया सीता ने वर पाया निकट हमारे आओ, तुम हो पति व्रत है राम। राम सिया राम जय जय राम। पहले अग्नि परीक्षा पाओ, तुम हो पति व्रत है राम। राम सिया राम जय जय 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 राम।
Jai Shri Ram, Hare Krishna. So thank you everybody for being here today. Maybe just a little bit higher, Prabhuji. Diwali comes and goes so fast, and we are all engaged in service, and sometimes the deeper imports of the festival can just sometimes fly over our heads. So it is a great privilege and honor to be present here amongst all of you today, to share some very rare episodes of this wonderful time of Diwali. Whenever we hear about the Ramayana, we always talk about this pastime from the perspective of Lord Shri Ram. And this is done very correctly, as it should be done. However, I think all of you here have heard Ramayana many, many times. Please raise your hands if you've heard Ramayana before. There you go. Now, my question to all of you. Please raise your hands if you have heard Ramayana from the perspective, the words, and the eyesight of Sita. Maybe just one or two. So today, we'll be sharing the same pastime of Lord Ramchandra from the perspective of Sita. This is an extremely important moment for all of us here today. As we begin this very small katha, the nakshatra called Anuradha, the birth nakshatra of Shri Radha, just came into the constellation at 6:18 p.m. It just so happens the time at which all of us here have gathered to hear about Sita. According to the Chokariya, the Shubh Muhurat has also just begun. So it's a wonderful opportunity for all of us to be here to hear about something which is very rare. The story of Sita I have termed as Sitayana. Sitayana has been based upon Valmiki Ramayana. The book which you are seeing in front here is the complete Valmiki Ramayana in 24,000 verses. So over the past few days, I have been through it, and I have taken the conversations of Sita in order to share this with all of you here today. And during this time, we are also going to get to appreciate something that she also went through on a very personal perspective. The Ramayana begins with the syllable Om. And Valmiki Rishi, he writes Om for a very particular reason. The Ramayana was written 896,000 years ago. And the reason why the Ramayana is absolutely authentic and absolutely correct, as you go through the Ramayana, it talks about certain places outside of India. It talks about the oceans, names of countries. It even talks about various symbols that are present on the earth to this day. How is it possible for Maharishi Valmiki to know, for example, when Sugriv asked Hanuman and Angad, go and search for Sita, and they came back empty-handed, They came back with no news. Sugriva asked Hanuman, go to South America. In South America, there is a place called Peru. In Peru, you will see the trident, the candelabra trident. That particular place, maybe Sita is there. After the katha, you can Google this yourself. The candelabra trident exists in Peru to this day. How was it possible for Valmiki to know this 896,000 years ago? Similarly, the Valmiki Ramayana talks about so many other parts of this universe and this country. The Valmiki Ramayana begins with a beautiful question by Maharishi Valmiki to his guru Narad. In 4 verses, Valmiki Rishi asked Narad, I would like to write a book by which every person can gain inspiration and have an ideal example to follow in this world. And Valmiki Rishi asked, do you know of a person who is always truthful, who is always pure, who is always righteous? And in this way, Valmiki Rishi, he listed an entire deal of the greatest person and character and conduct that a person can possibly possess. Narad Muni, he said to Valmiki, yes, there is a person who matches the questions you have just asked. He has just been crowned king in Ayodhya. And over 96 verses, Narad Muni, he then summarizes the entire Ramayana to Valmiki Rishi. And that actually ends the interaction between Narad and Valmiki Rishi. Valmiki Rishi then felt, how do I possibly begin to document the character and the pastimes of this person called Ram? The very next day, Valmiki Rishi and his disciple Bhardwaj, they went to the river Tamasa for a bath. And Valmiki Rishi, he began to enjoy the very beautiful atmosphere on the southern area of the Ganga, known as the Tamasa. And while enjoying the beautiful area of the Tamasa river, something extraordinary happened in front of Valmiki Rishi. This is a very important point for everyone to note, because what's about to take place concludes and outlines the very essence of the pastimes of Sita and Ram. It will take some thinking to understand this small incident, but please try to be very attentive and you'll understand the secrets of the Ramayana through one verse. This verse is the most important verse in the entire 24,000 verse Ramayana. While Valmiki Rishi was admiring the atmosphere of the Tamasa river, he entered the river, and on his right-hand side, he saw 2 cranes, 2 very beautiful white cranes, a male and a female, and they were enjoying pastimes together. They were chirping, they were talking in their own languages. It seemed as if the crane, male and female, were completely in love with each other. And Valmiki Rishi, when he saw this in the form of the 2 birds, his heart was overwhelmed with affection. He felt, if the 2 cranes can be so much in love with each other, why can't man and woman? Why can't teachers and students? Why can't children and parents be so connected and aligned to each other? Suddenly, as Valmiki was immersed in these thoughts, he saw on the left-hand side a hunter. And this hunter, at that point, he immediately grabbed his bow, his arrow, he drew the string, and he shot his arrow, and the arrow pierced the heart of the male crane. Immediately, the male crane fell onto the floor, dead. The female crane was weeping. She was crying, and she was not able to understand why somebody would come and take away the love of her life in front of her very own eyes while they are both spending time together. Valmiki Rishi, his heart immediately overwhelmed with compassion, and he recited the following verse. Ma nishad patishtatvam agama shashwati sama yat kronch mithodadekam avadi kama mohitam. O hunter, how dare you interrupt the relationship between two people? Why is it that you desired to kill the male crane? In fact, by shooting one arrow, you have killed both the male and the female. For this reason, you will definitely not live a long life, and your reputation will sink to hell. This is the curse that I give you for interrupting the love between two people. Valmiki Rishi, after reciting this verse, it occurred to him that as a sage, he shouldn't curse anyone. But he said to the Maharishi Bhardwaj, his disciple, the verse which I just spoke was in 4 parts, where every line consisted of 8 syllables. In fact, this verse is the first ever poem ever spoken on planet Earth. How is it possible that from this compassion, this shlok, the very first shlok has been spoken by me? Every verse in the scriptures is all in support of this particular incident, a life event in the pastimes of Valmiki. Valmiki Rishi, he meditated. Why did he become attached to 2 cranes? Why is it that the Nishad, the hunter, came and killed the female crane? And then he realized that this is nothing other than the story of Lord Ramchandra and Sita. The hunter represents Ravan. The male and the female crane represents Sita and Ram. And for no reason, Ravan, for his own selfishness and his own ambition, wanted to put an end to love and relationship between 2 people, Sita and Ram, in the form of the male and the female crane. However, in this episode, the most important point to note is that the female crane was not kidnapped. The female crane was not hurt physically. There was no disturbance to the female crane. It was the male crane who was hurt. It was the male crane who was attacked. It was the male crane who died. Every episode in the Ramayana is a direct attack on the heart of Lord Shri Ram. And Sita, she suffered every single one of those moments without Lord Ramchandra. That is why the Ramayana is actually more about Sita than Lord Shri Ram. Because Ram was the victim. Ram was the person who had to live separately from Sita. Sita, she is the Lord Ram's internal energy. She is all-powerful. This is why, due to the strength of her character, she was the person who was chosen to be kidnapped. She was the person who was chosen to live separately from Lord Ramchandra in a Shok Bhatika for 1 whole year. Because she had the courage, the power, and the bravery. And therefore, Sita's character in the Ramayana cannot be underestimated. In every 1,000 verse of the Ramayana, the first letter is the sequence of the Brahma Gayatri mantra. Why is it that when you open the Valmiki Ramayana, every 1,000 verse is the first syllable of the Brahma Gayatri? Tat Savitur Varenyam. Savitur, Saraswati, Shri Radha. May she be meditated upon. Bhargaha Devasya, the internal energy of Lord Shri Ram, the internal energy of Lord Vishnu, of Lord Krishna. Dhimahi, may I always meditate upon. Diyo yo naha, may all of us, prachodayat, be completely in trance, in meditation on the grand personality of Sita. That is why 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, up to the first 24,000 verses, every syllable begins with the Gayatri mantra. Because the Ramayana is a book of worship, adoration, and surrender to Sita. That is why understanding the Ramayana from Sita's perspective is the deepest heart, desire, and objective of Maharishi Valmiki for anyone who is a devotee of Lord Shri Ram. In this introduction of the Valmiki Ramayana, I have taken out some very important events in the life of Rama and Sita to share with you her perspective. If we fast forward many years later, when Lord Ram and Sita got married, 12 years they lived together. In the 25th year of Lord Ram's life and the 18th year of Sita's life, they were asked to go into exile. They were very young. You may think they were 50, 40. They were actually very young when they went to exile. You know the story on how Bharat came to Nandigram to ask Sita and Ram to come back. Just before Bharat went to Nandigram, Bharat and Shatrugna, who had visited their uncle's house, who is Yudhajit, the prince of Kaikeyi. His sister was Kaikeyi, the mother of Bharat. Kaikeyi region is just between East Pakistan and the border of Punjab to this day. It's about 635 miles from Ayodhya. When Bharat found out that something very bad has taken place in Ayodhya, it took him 10 days to arrive in Ayodhya from East Pakistan during those days. When Bharat and Shatrugna arrived, they were bewildered. Where is Ram? Where is Sita? Where is Lakshman? While thinking like this, they heard that Dasharath and Kaikeyi had sent Ram to exile. At that very moment, on the doorstep, Kubja, the hunchback lady whose name is Manthara, appeared. Valmiki Rishi describes that when she came to the doorstep of the home of Bharat, she was bedecked in lots of jewels and ornaments. These were the gifts that Kaikeyi had given to Manthara for helping her to get rid of Sita and Ram. Valmiki Rishi actually describes Kubja, Manthara, as a monkey coming in to the home of Bharat, dressed like a princess, like a queen. Now, Shatrugna and Bharat, they are the incarnations of the Shankh and the Chakra of Lord Vishnu. The Shankh and the Chakra, as you all know, are not peaceful Ayudhas. They are not peaceful symbols of Lord Vishnu. So you can imagine what happened next. The moment Bharat saw Manthara, he dragged her across the floor, physically, and he threw her at the feet of Shatrugna. Now Shatrugna, he the Sudarshan Chakra. Shatrugna immediately, he actually hit Manthara. Valmiki Rishi describes this. And she began to cry so loudly that Kaikeyi came into the room. And Kaikeyi said to Bharat, "Please can you forgive Manthara? Please can you forgive me?" Now please be very attentive to what Bharat says to his own mother. And this will give you an indication about the true character and relationship between Bharat and his older brother, Lord Ramchandra. Bharat said, "Hanyamaham imam papam, Kaikeyim dushtacharinim, yadimam dharmiko ramo, nasuyan matra dhatakam." Bharat said, if Lord Ram had not considered Mother Kaikeyi as his own mother, I would kill you on this spot. This is what Bharat said to his own mother. You can imagine the love of the brothers, the love between Lord Ram and Shatrugna and Bharat. When Bharat arrived at Nandigram, he said to Lord Ram, "There is no way am I going to become king of Ayodhya. That's not going to happen. In fact, I will never enter Ayodhya from this day, because for me, Ayodhya is a place of curse. I have been cursed. Therefore, I am not going to return to Ayodhya, let alone become the king. At that point, Lord Ramchandra said to Bharat, if you love Sita, if you love me, then do this as a service to me. Bharat said, it's not possible. Bharat said, there's only one way I will follow your instructions. And Bharat said that, Ete hi savalokasya yogakshemam vidhasyataha. If you are to give me your golden sandals, I will place them on the throne of Ayodhya. And yogakshemya, anything that your subjects have will be elevated, and any needs of your subjects will be fulfilled. This is very similar to the verse of the Bhagavad Gita in chapter 9, text 22, where Lord Krishna says, anyone who worships me, anyone who surrenders to me, yogakshemam vahamyaham. I personally carry to them what they lack and preserve what they have. In this way, you can see that the very words of Lord Ramachandra are to this day also in Bhagavad Gita. And that is why Lord Krishna shared these words to all of us 5,000 years ago. After Bharat left Nandigram, Lord Ramachandra saw that this place isn't good for us, because now the whole of Ayodhya will come to see us and speak to us. So on the advice of Bharadwaj, the same disciple of Valmiki, Lord Ramchandra, Sita and Lakshman then went to Chitrakoot. And in Chitrakoot, they entered and found the ashram of Maharishi Atri. Maharishi Atri, having welcomed Lord Ramachandra and Sita and Bharat, he said to Lord Ram, my wife Anasuya, she is the most powerful and the most courageous and the bravest woman on planet Earth. Our ashram had been devastated by drought. And my wife Anasuya, she performed penances for 10 full years. And after her penances, the Ganga began to flow through our ashram, by which the drought came to an end. In this way, Anasuya, who is one of the greatest females who have ever walked on this earth, please let Sita associate with her. Lord Ramachandra said, of course, Sita has a lot to learn from Mother Anasuya. They met each other, and Anasuya immediately, she began to instruct Sita. Now, for some of the husbands here, you may be very happy to hear the following words. Some of the ladies, you can take this with a pinch of salt. Anasuya, she explained to Sita that Yasam Strinam Priyo Bharata Tasam Loka Mahodayaha. That if a wife wholeheartedly loves her husband, whether in the home or in the forest, in our situation at work or elsewhere, such ladies, without doing anything else, they gain and attain the higher regions after death. She went on to explain, Nato Vishishtim Pashyami Badavam Visashantyaham. She said, according to my view, I believe the best friend of a wife is a husband. In the Vivaha Sanskar, the wedding ceremony, the moment the male and female, the bride and groom, walk around the fire, the most important vow is taken at that time. Sometimes by the priest, actually it should be done by the bride and groom. Sakha saptapadi bhava, sakhyam te gameyam, sakhyam te ma yoshtyaha, sakhyam te ma yoshyaha. Many of you would have taken this vow unknowingly, maybe for the right reasons. The word Sakha appears 4 times in the Vivaha Sanskar. It is as best friends that bride and groom come together. Sakha saptapadi bhava. It is as best friends they walk around the fire. It is as best friends they live together. And sakyam te mayoshtyaha, sakyam te mayoshtyaha. As best friends, there's no question of separation. The very same verse which everyone bows against in the wedding ceremony was recited by Anasuya to Sita. Sita mentioned that I know these points factually because my father, my mother, and my relatives, they have all taught me this from my very birth. Anasuya then became extremely happy with Sita. Knowing what Sita is about to go through over the next year or so, she said to Sita, I would like to gift you with some items that you will find very useful for your year ahead. She gave to Sita 2 sacred silk cloths, 2 divine earrings. She also gave to Sita angarag, which is sacred paste that every time you smear on your body, Anasuya mentioned that you will look just like Shri Vishnu Avyayam, just like Lakshmi and Vishnu. In this way, Anasuya had indicated to all of us that the next year, which is about to enter for the life of Sita and Ram, will be a representation of Lakshmi Narayan establishing dharma on earth through their pastimes. Sita, having accepted these sacred gifts from Anasuya, she asked Sita an important question. She said to Sita, Tam katham shotamichami vistarena cha maithili. I heard about your marriage ceremony. I heard about the events which took place when you married Lord Ram. Can you please give me katha? Please can you tell me the story from your personal point of view? Sita became extremely happy for the first time to share her story of her marriage with Lord Ramachandra. Sita begins her story by saying that Maharaj Janak, some of you will know, he was ploughing the field in preparation for a yajna. Those days, before ceremonies were performed, the fields were purified, the land was purified, before the ceremony can take place. And at that time, while Janak was ploughing the field, he noticed that under the earth was a beautiful golden baby. Now this baby was quite unique because this baby had dark blue eyes. Sita, she had dark blue eyes. Why? Because Lord Ramchandra, his body is a Nilamani. His body is dark blue. And Sita's eyes knew no one else than Lord Ramchandra. Lord Ramchandra's form, his body, was physically covering the eyes of Sita from her very birth. That is why she has dark blue eyes. She explains to Anasuya that Maharaj Janak immediately, having been absolutely amazed that a child has come from the earth, using fists, he started to remove the dust from my body. And Maharaj Janak, being childless, he immediately put me on his lap and he said, Mameyam Tanaya, this baby from today will be my daughter. At that point, as it always happens in these stories, the heavens, the skies opened, the welkin opened, and the gods all proclaimed, Ayonijam Himam Gyatva. This baby, Ayonijam, who hasn't been born from any male and female, is now declared to be your very own daughter. Maharaj Janak and Maharani Sunayana, they had another daughter after Sita, whose name was Urmila. When Sita became of an age of marriage, Maharaj Janak, remembering the voice of the heavens, that Sita is Ayonijam. She is very unique because she has no human parents. Maharaj Janak was put into complete bewilderment. How do I marry someone for Sita? Who is good enough to marry Sita? At that point, Maharaj Janak, from his heart, he received inspiration from a very small event that took place while Sita was young. And some of you will know of this. Thousands of years ago, in fact, 16 generations before Janak Maharaj, when Daksha Prajapati had denied Lord Shiva his share of sacrifice, Lord Shiva brought out his bow and he decided to massacre all of the Devatas, all of the celestials. The Devatas, headed by Varun, they came to Lord Shiva and surrendered to him. Lord Shiva, being Ashutosh, he accepted them as children, disciples, and devotees. Lord Shiva, while going back to Kailas, he left his bow in the sacrifice of Maharaj Daksha, Prajapati Daksha. At that point, Varun, he gave the bow of Lord Shiva to Maharaj Devarat. Devarat, he was the 16th ancestor of Janak Maharaj. For 16 generations, this bow has lived and remained and been worshipped in Mithila. Once, while Sita was playing with a very small ball, the ball had come underneath the bow of Lord Shiva. This bow, it is so heavy that having tied a rope to the bow, Valmiki Rishi explains, it takes 5,000 soldiers to pull the bow. It takes a wheel cart of 8 wheels. The bow has gems, rubies, and bells throughout its entire, and every angle is very beautiful. The entire length of the Dhanush seems like it is nothing other than Ananta Shesh. Sita, to get her ball, she picked up the Dhanush with her fingers to put it to her side, and she collected her ball and just let go of the Dhanush. This is Sita. So Maharaj Janak said, whoever can match the strength of Sita, that person can take the hand of Sita. Now, all of you know how beautiful Sita is. We won't describe this. The Vedas go into so much detail. Hiranya Varanam Harinim Suvan Rajatasrajam Chandram Hiranmayim Lakshmim Jata Vedama Avaha. Sita is molten gold. Every angle, every limb of hers is as beautiful than that beauty can get. All of the celestial power in the universe resides in the toenail of Sita, let alone every other limb. In this way, the Vedas describe Sita as the most beautiful embodiment of beauty itself personified in creation. Every king, every person turned up to Mithila in order to try to complete this task of Maharaj Janak. Once upon a time, millions and millions of potential grooms all turned up at Maharaj Janak's palace. And Maharaj Janak, he mentioned, Idam cha dhanur udyamya sayajamya kurute naraha tasya me dhuite bharya bhavishyati na samshaya. Whoever can lift the bow with the left hand, with the right hand can string the bow and pull it, such a person will take the hands of Sita. After many individuals had tried to complete this task, Madhva Acharya explains about a very important person who came to try to marry Sita. This person is from one of the greatest lineages ever set on earth. His grandfather is Maharishi Pulastya, who was born from the mind of Lord Brahma. His son is Maharishi Vishrava. Maharishi Vishrava's son is Ravan. Madhvacharya explains, Samsvinna Gatara Parivritta Netra, 20 eyes of the Shanand were rolling and rolling and rolling after trying to lift the bow of Lord Shiva. Dashanam adyaha patita vimurchaihi. When Ravan, after putting all of his strength into the bow, was unable to even move it an inch, patita, Ravan fell down on the earth, unconscious and defeated by Sita. That is the power of Sita. If Ravan is unable to move a Dhanush that Sita in her leisure was able to pick up, how can he cause any harm to Sita? This is why, out of the male and the female crunch, out of Sita and Ram, Sita accepted to leave Lord Ramachandra because of the strength of her arms, of her character, and of her virtues. These words will help us to cultivate and advance our own relationships with the deity of Sita here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. That's why it's so beautiful to think, contemplate, and talk about Sita. Lord Ram, Lakshman, accompanied Vishwamitra, as you all know, to protect his sacrifice. Vishwamitra said, that bow, Ram, Lakshman, you must see. It's so beautiful. No one's been able to move it. Let us just have a quick look at the bow and then we'll go back to Ayodhya because your father is sending messages. At that time, there was no WhatsApp, there was no text messaging, there was no phones. But Maharaj Dasharat was sending messenger after messenger. Bring Ram back. Bring Lakshman back. Otherwise, there'll be no Ayodhya. There'll be no Dharma. So Vishwamitra said, let us quickly go to see this Dhanush of Lord Shiva. Janak Maharaj greeted Ram and Lakshman and Vishwamitra. And Valmiki Rishi mentions there were thousands and thousands of spectators at that time when Lord Ram entered the sacrificial arena where Sita was holding a golden garland. Because her father was so unlimitedly wealthy for 16 generations, he had personally invented a garland of flowers which were made from gold. And this is what Sita was holding in her hand. Ravan came, fell down unconscious, and he left. An entire list of kings is written in Valmiki Ramayana who came to try to take Sita as wife. Now you will ask the question, how is it possible that Ravan accepted defeat? Just before Janak Maharaj announced the Swayamvar of Sita, he asked Lord Brahma for help. He said to Lord Brahma, this is a very dangerous game because many people, they are so infatuated with Sita that if they do not get what they have come to take, there will be chaos, especially if that guy from Lanka comes. Therefore, Lord Brahma, he gave Janak Maharaj 2 boons. He said, number 1, nobody will be able to take Sita by force at the Swayamvar. And secondly, nobody will be able to force Janak Maharaj to hand over Sita. Respecting the wishes of Lord Brahma, even Ravan accepted defeat. Lord Ramchandra, he saw 5,000 men pulling the Dhanush of Lord Shiva into the place where he was standing. Lord Ramchandra, he opened up the iron case. Valmiki describes there was a case. He opened up the iron case. Now there is some intimate engagements between Sita and Ram that you will never hear in a katha. Because all of us have our friends. I'll tell you what Sita said to Anusuya. Sita said to Anusuya that Nimesh Antara Matrena, that you probably can't see this from where you are, but Lord Ramchandra, he winked at Sita. Can you believe? Lord Ramchandra, Madhyada Purushottam, he winked at Sita. And Sita tells this. Valmiki Rishi didn't know this. Maharishi Vyas doesn't know this. Lord Shiva doesn't know this. Lord Brahma doesn't know this. Nimesha, Antara, Matrena. In the time that Lord Ramachandra winked to Sita, he immediately lifted his bow. And as he lifted the Shivdanush with his left hand, he took his right hand, grabbed the thread, and he pulled it up to the top of the bow. And as he spinned it and turned it around the bow, he immediately moved the bow to his left hand side, and he grabbed the string, and as he bent the bow of Lord Shiva snapped. The noise was tumultuous. The entire heavens and the earth shook. Maharishi Parashuram, who is the incarnation of Lord Vishnu, he was at Mandara mountain in Tapasya. He woke up. Lord Shiva, who is always meditating in the Himalayas, he woke up. Lord Brahma, who was on his lotus petal, started to move. Lord Brahma said, what has happened? Is the earth, the universe about to be destroyed? No. A small boy in his teens has broken the bow of Lord Shiva. Shri Ramachandra Bhagwan ki jai. And immediately, Lakshmi Devi appeared as Mother Sita. And after that wink, he immediately received the beautiful garland of gold that Janak Maharaj had created for Sita to place upon her choicest husband, who can match her in strength, who can match her in power, who can match her in virtues. And that was Lord Ramachandra. Immediately, they returned back to Ayodhya, and in Ayodhya, Nagari ho, aisi Ayodhya si, Raghukul ka gharana ho. May a family of Lord Ramachandra enter into Ayodhya. Charan ho, Raghav ke. May Lord Ramachandra's lotus feet with Sita enter into Ayodhya. And may Ayodhya become the residence of the hearts of all people to come, and for all people who are present at that time when Lord Ramachandra was victorious in being reunited with his internal energy, Mother Sita.
रघुकुल सा घराना हो, चरण हो राघव के, जहाँ मेरा ठिकाना हो। चरण हो राघव के, जहाँ मेरा ठिकाना हो। लक्ष्मण सा भाई हो, कौशल्या आई हो, स्वामी तुम जैसा मेरा रघुराई हो, स्वामी तुम जैसा मेरा रघुराई हो। नगरी हो अयोध्या सी, रघुकुल सा घराना हो, चरण हो राघव सी जहाँ मेरा ठिकाना हो, चरण हो राघव सी जहाँ मेरा ठिकाना हो। दासी नारी हो, लव कुश के जैसे संतान हमारी हो, लव कुश के जैसे संतान हमारी हो। श्रद्धा हो श्रवण जैसी, हनुमत के जैसे निष्ठा और शक्ति हो, हनुमत के जैसे निष्ठा और शक्ति हो। मेरी जीवन नैया हो, प्रभु राम खवैया हो, राम कृपा की सदा मेरे सिर पर छैया हो, राम कृपा की सदा मेरे सिर पर छैया हो। नगरी हो अयोध्या सी, रघुकुल सा घराना हो, चरण हो राघव की जहाँ मेरा ठिकाना हो, चरण हो राघव की जहाँ मेरा ठिकाना हो, चरण हो मेरा ठिकाना हो।
How beautiful, huh? How beautiful. The meditation of Lord Ramchandra coming back to Ayodhya, may that be the embodiment of our heart's desires and the object of our meditation. When Lord Ram was living with Sita for 12 years, as teenagers, newly married couple, they were enjoying each other's company, and in the midst of that great crescendo of love between Sita and Ram, all of you know the story that led on to their exile for 14 years. When Lord Ramchandra had explained to Mother Kaushalya about the reasons why he needs to go to exile, the conversation between Mother Kaushalya and Lord Ramchandra, you should all read. It is like you would never have read in any story, fiction or fact, seeing on TV or ever heard. Mother Kaushalya was a great worshipper of Lord Vishnu. In fact, Valmiki Ramayana explains that Mother Kaushalya had just finished Aarti to a Vishnu deity when Lord Ram walked in. The conversation that they had, unfortunately, we don't have time to explain. But if you ever would like to hear about the interaction between karma, destiny, fate, blessings, and free will, this conversation explains it all. It's a very complicated topic, but mother and son in Valmiki Ramayana at this point explain the science of the interaction of these tattvas, of these elements in all of our lives. After this conversation, Lord Ramchandra went back to his home, where Sita was dressing up for the ceremony that was about to take place a few hours in the afternoon. Sita saw that Lord Ram had his head hanging down and he looked extremely pale, Valmiki explains. And Sita asked Lord Ram, "What happened? What's wrong? Where are your brothers? Where are your servants? Where are the musicians? Why are you not wearing your ceremonial robes? The entire country has come together to welcome you and coronate you as the Prince of Ayodhya. In fact, your mother," Valmiki Rishi explains, "from the time that Lord Ramchandra received this sacred thread, Saptadash, Kaushalya mother waited 17 years from the time that Lord Ram received this thread to become crown prince. Every detail has this been described in the Valmiki Ramayana. And one of the most beautiful aspects of the Valmiki Ramayana is that with every age, the constellations and the zodiac, the celestial astronomical positions have also all been described, so that you can evidentially verify how this is history and not a myth. Valmiki Rishi very scientifically explains each and every episode, which is why it's 24,000 verses. Bhagavatam is 18,000 verses. When Lord Ramchandra responded to Sita, he said to her that Bharat, my brother, is about to become king. Please serve him. He actually said, in the presence of Bharat, never talk about me. Never glorify me. Never speak about me. Let Bharat become king. I need to go somewhere for 14 years. I'll be back. But I have something to do for 14 years. She said, "What do I do for 14 years?" He said, "Very simple. You serve my parents. You worship the deity. You know, all the typical things men will say to their wives. You cook or whatever. Go out, see your friends." Sita, in her response to Lord Ramachandra, you are going to get a glimpse of her attitude and her character. And if we have time, I would love to tell you about her response to Ravan when he tried to be very romantic to Sita. What was Sita's response when Ravan tried to be very romantic to Sita? And if you hear the responses, you will never believe this was Sita. This gives us the insight on the character of the goddess of fortune. Sita, when she heard Lord Ram say, "Serve the parents, be at home, look after my brother, just wait for me, I'll come back in 14 years' time," she said, "Kim idham bhashase Rama." Why are you making me laugh at you? That is the first word Sita said to Lord Ram. Why are you bhashase? Why are you making me laugh at you? She said, "Do you think," I won't say the I word because it's not so respectful, okay, sitting over here in front of all of you, but she basically said, "Do you think I'm narrow-minded?" You can guess what the I word is, okay? The next letter is D. Okay? She said that to Lord Ram. Do you think I know what my duties are. There is no need for you to tell me. I know exactly what to do. And Sita mentioned that in life, mothers, fathers, daughter-in-laws, sons, daughters, brothers, all of them have to go through their own karma. But let me tell you something. For a wife, her duty is to always accompany her husband. Therefore, I am coming with you. Wherever you go, I will be there with you. I am not staying over here. Lord Ramchandra disagreed. He began to debate her. This debate is 5 chapters long. The Bhagavad Gita has 18 chapters. 5 chapters long. Sita's intelligence, her knowledge, her awareness, it is beyond the words of the rishis. It is beyond what scriptures can capture. Valmiki Rishi, he was benedicted by Lord Brahma that he would enter into the minds of the characters of the Ramayana, and in doing so, try to capture somewhat their thoughts. This is how we come to understand these words in the Valmiki Ramayana. And then Lord Ramchandra, in chapter 3 of this conversation, he begins to frighten Sita. He says, do you know that there are some Rakshasas in Dandakaranya? I'll tell you what they do. When people go to meditate, the time when their entire body is full of stillness and it's plump and it's radiant and it's buzzing with spirituality. When devotees and sages and yogis are in meditation, in samadhi, at that time these Rakshasas come to bite the heads of those in samadhi. These are the kind of people that live in Dandakaranya. Every insect, every animal is poisonous. Every stone is poisonous. How are you going to live in Dandakaranya in exile? And that for 14 years. Sita said, actually, all of the things you said to me sound really nice. Actually what she said. They sound really good. I'm still going to join you. It doesn't matter what you say. In fact, I know who you are. If any of the Rakshasas or these poisonous animals or insects, when they see Lord Ram, they will run away. I have nothing to fear. I'm going to stay with you for 14 years. Lord Ramchandra said, no. Another chapter was discussed. Back and forth, back and forth. Then, at the end of the 5th chapter, Sita gives 3 arguments. The last argument is hilarious. Okay? The first argument, Sita actually mentions Lakshanibhyo Dujadibhyaha. When I was young, at my father's home, I had my palm read. Anyone believe in palmistry? Here's your evidence. Sita said, I had my palm read. And when I had my palm read, I was told, Vanavasa Kritotsaha Nityam Eva Mahabala. With some really strong man, your future husband, you will enter Vanvas. So Ram, it's in my palms. I have to join you. Ram said, as many men say, I don't believe in astrology. Sorry, palmistry. Sita said, okay, I'll give it number 2. She said, Balyamam Vikshakaschidvai Jyotish Shastra Visharadaha. When I was at my father's home, my father arranged for my astrological reading. And in my astrological reading, it also states that I will enter and live in the forest with my husband. Now, Jyotish Shastra is the eye of Krishna. Veda Chakshusha. Ram couldn't go against it, but he said, it doesn't matter. Let that be. You're not coming. Then Sita became extremely fed up. She placed her left and right hand on her hips, and she said, I'm now going to have to just say it as it is, or as it was. And Sita says to Lord Ram, and after hearing this, Lord Ram just kept silent and said, okay, you got me. Sita says, Ramayanani bahushaha, shrutani bahubirdujaha, Sitam bina vanam ramo, gataha kim kutra chidvada, athastvaya gamishyami sarvata tvat sahayini. Sita said, since I was a child, my father has had many kathakars. Many scholars come home to recite different stories. I have read so many versions. I have heard so many versions of the Ramayana. You tell me, Ram, in which Ramayana does Sita not go to the forest with Ram? Tell me, Ram, which Ramayana is there that Ram goes on his own? Even you cannot go against this point. Then Ram said, you got me. You can come. It is true. In every Ramayana, Sita always joins Lord Ramchandra. Immediately, they traveled to Dandakaranya after meeting Anasuya and Atri. And when they went to Dandakaranya, they visited the ashram of a rishi, a great devotee, whose name was Sarabhang. And they explained to Sita and Ram, they were now in their 13th year of exile. And they explained that actually the Rakshasas, the inimical individuals who have taken over our places of meditation and worship have on a daily basis been annihilating us devotees. Please can you protect us? At that point, Lord Ram, as you know, he took the vow to cleanse the entire earth of Rakshasas. The very first time Lord Ramachandra entered into a duel with Khara and Dushana and Tirashas, as you know, Lord Ramachandra, he fought alone with 14,000 Rakshasas. And having defeated them, including Khara and Dushana, when Lord Ramachandra came back to Lakshman and Sita, who were waiting for him in the cottage, Lord Ram's body had cuts, bruises, and at many parts of Lord Ram's body, there was blood oozing. Sita Maya, she asked Lord Ram, come and sit on my lap. Lord Ramchandra sat on Sita's left lap. Sita, using her right empty hand, Maharishi Valmiki explains, she placed her hand on every part of Lord Ram's body that was cut, injured, and bruised. And wherever she placed her hand, that part became cured. That was the power of Mother Sita. Let alone her not being unable to manage herself in Ashok Vatika. It's absolutely impossible. She was somebody, just by placing her hand, was able to heal the wounds of God himself. That is the power of Sita. When Sita and Lord Ramchandra realized that now we have to enter into our next stage of our pastimes, it was at that very moment that the episode of Surpanaka took place. All of you know, I can't dwell on this part because we have to cover the other few parts in a few minutes. But after Lakshman mutilated Surpanaka, you know she went back to Ravan and said to Ravan, this Sita, who you lost, remember, many years ago, she's back. This is your chance. You can now take her because Brahma's boon has no impact on where we are today. That boon was only for that moment of the Swayamvar. She described Sita's beauty. Ravan became infatuated despite being married to Mandodari. Ravan, as you know, he asked Marich to become a deer by which Ram can become distracted, after which he would then kidnap Sita. When Ravan asked Marich to do this, Marich explained, do you know, when Ram was a child with Maharishi Vishwamitra, when I was disturbing the yajna of Maharishi Vishwamitra, child Ram simply threw one arrow and I landed 800 miles far into the ocean between Sri Lanka and India. That is why I am here to this day. And in fact, recently, a few days ago, I actually became a deer. And I visited Sita, Ram and Lakshman. And Ram noticed that I'm back. He done the same thing again to me. This time he threw a grass. Again, I landed 800 miles back in the very same place where he threw me many years ago. There is no way am I coming in front of Ram, Lakshman and Sita. Then you know the story. Ravan threatened to kill Marich, and Marich said, better I die at the hands of Ram than someone like Ravan. So he agreed. He became a golden deer with silver spots. His horns were like gems. His feet were decorated with ornaments. And you know the story on how he attracted Sita's attention. However, what is extremely important to note was just before Marichi appeared as a deer, Ram said to Sita, Ravano Bhikshu Rupena, that Ravan is about to appear as a bhikshuk, as a sannyasi, asking for alms. Agamishyati te antikam. He's about to come. In fact, he's on his way over here. Tvam tu chayam, tvad akaram. From your body, create a shadow, a replica form. Stapayityati vortajevisha, and place the shadow form of Sita outside the cottage. And then you, Sita, enter into Agni. They had just completed a fire sacrifice. So Ram said, you enter into Agni. And for 1 year, you go and visit Lord Shiva and Parvati in Kailash. For 1 year, Sita was worshipped by Shiva and Parvati. And during that time, her shadow form existed and remained with Lord Ram in the cottage. And when Ravan came to take Sita, in the Bhavishya Puran it actually states, the Bhavishya Uttara Puran it states, that Agni himself manifested at that time. And he said to Ravan, this Sita who you are speaking to is actually fake. The real Sita is with me. Therefore let me swap them. So Agni, who was the worshipful deity of Ravan said, yes, I believe you. So the real Sita at that point walked into the fire. And then from the fire manifested Devi Vedavati. Devi Vedavati, the great sage who worshipped Lord Vishnu for tens and thousands of years, begging Lord Vishnu, please become my husband. Please marry me. At the time when Devi Vedavati was about to complete her tapasya, Ravan came and abused her. Vedavati said, my tens and thousands of years of worship, begging Lord Vishnu to take me as his wife, you have ruined. You have touched my body. How can I give this body to Lord Vishnu now? She immediately jumped and committed suicide in fire. And she said, I will manifest again through fire to cause your destruction. Lord Ramchandra fulfilled the prophecy of Vedavati. Many years later, when Ravan's own nephew, Nalakuber, when he was engaged with the celestial Rambha, Ravan became infatuated with the fiancée of his own nephew. Can you believe this? And he forced himself onto Rambha. And he again molested and abused her. And this is when Ramba and Nalukuber cursed Ravan that if you are to ever force any female, you will die instantly. To make these two prophecies come true, Sita entered Agni for 1 year, and out came Vedavati. When Vedavati was taken by Ravan, it is said in the Adhyatma Ramayana that Ravan had actually scooped up the earth underneath Chaya Sita. We'll call her Sita for ease of understanding. And he placed the earth with Sita on top in his Pushpak Viman. And Sita was crying so piteously, so loudly, that Ravan actually became fearful. We will end in 5 minutes. I'm so sorry that we've run out of time. But Prabhupada's about to leave. So just the request was that we all just put our hands together. You can stand as well to greet Prabhupada as he leaves. And then we'll continue for the next 5 minutes. Thank you. They can sit down. You can say. You can say. Yeah.
Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Thank you. His Divine Grace Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Shri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki. Thank you very much. You can all be seated now. First of all, my apologies to His Grace Sri Radharaman. I caught you mid-flow. So now we have to rewind a little bit, and we're going to extend the time that you can stay on stage. And because I think you're all enjoying this wonderful katha, right? Yeah, you want more, don't you? Okay, so we'll continue for at least another 15, 20 minutes. Can you have more? I'm sure you have hours we could stay.
I'm so sorry you have to tolerate me for the...
This is wonderful. and again, my apologies, but Srila Prabhupada was running late and I was getting told off. So thank you very much for your patience, and we will try and pick up the story where we left. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If you're getting bored, you can leave, okay? Thank you. Just got a few more points. So we were at the point when Ravan had taken Sita. There is the Balakand, then we have the Ayodhya Khand, then the third chapter is the Kishkinda Aranya Khand, then Kishkinda Khand, then Sundar Khand. Sundar Khand, the chapter number 5, right? 5, yes. 6 is Yuddha Khand, and 7 is Uttarakhand. Chapter 5, Sundarkand. Please read, because Sundarkand is actually very Sundar. Sundarkand is all about Pavanputra, Hanuman. And the relationship between Hanuman and Sita, it's so sweet, it's so beautiful. We don't have any time to talk about it at all, but it's huge, the whole Sundarkand. In the Sundarkand, when Hanumanji came to meet Sita, he said to Sita, come on my back, come and climb on my back, and I will take you right now to the shores of the ocean where Lord Ramchandra is waiting for you. Please come. And Sita then said, Naham sprashtum swato gatram ichcheyam vanarottamam. She said, Hanuman, you are my son, you are my devotee, but guided by my own love for Lord Sri Ram, I never like to be touched by any other person, by any other man. And then she said to Hanuman, when Ravan came, Ram wasn't there. And he took me by force. I had no choice at that point. But I myself will not come as you requested, because I do not want to be touched by any other person. Naham sprishtam. No one else should touch me apart from Sri Ram. And then Hanuman said, but when I go to see Ram and tell Ram that I have seen Sita, what is the evidence? What is the proof? Then Sita said, I will tell you 2 things that nobody knows. Okay? The first is a maha secret, and the second is so deep that when Ram hears about the second thing, he will instantly remember me, his father, and his father-in-law. The first thing, you tell Lord Ram, when we were living in Chitrakoot, you had gone to the Ganga to bathe, and you came out with wet clothes. At that time, it was quite late at night. And while you were wet, you came and sat beside me, and you placed your head in my left lap. This is the actual detail in the Ramayana. I'm not making any of this up. And your wet head and your wet body lied on my lap. And at that time, you fell asleep. The son of Indra, Jayant, came as a crow. And when he saw me, he started to peck on my chest. And he was pecking so much that I managed to look at him and he went away. But you were just about to wake up and I patted you back to sleep. At that time, your clothes became dry. So you were sleeping very nicely. Jayant, the crow, came back. And this time, he started to peck at my chest, so much so that he was removing flesh from my body. This is what happened. And then blood started to drip from my chest, and I feared that my blood will be felt by you, and that's exactly what happened. Sita's blood dripped onto the forehead of Lord Ram. Lord Ram immediately woke up. You think Karna is strong. Many people think Karna is so powerful that a small spider was biting him and he tolerated it so that his guru, Parashuram, wouldn't be disturbed. And what happened? There was a point where Karna was unable to tolerate anymore. But Sita didn't flinch when flesh was being pecked from the hard beak of a crow, the son of Indra, Jayant. Can you see the power of Sita? Compare her to Karna. There is no match. That is Sita. Lord Ram, from his seat, he pulled out a kusha grass and he chanted the mantra of the Brahmastra. The kusha grass became empowered as a Brahmastra and he threw it. The kusha grass chased Jayant all over the universe. Jayant went to Lord Shiva. Shiva said, go away, I ain't helping you. Went to Brahma, he said, this is it. I have nothing to do with you. I'm breaking my friendship with you. He even went to his own father, Indra. Indra said, I can't help you. And then Brahma said, go back and beg forgiveness from Sita and Ram. Only they can forgive you. Jayant requested Ram for shelter, and Ram said, fine. However, because you were associating with a demoniac person, therefore, you will have to get the consequence of what you've done. There was actually a demon whose name is Kuranga, and he had invested himself in the right eye of Jayant. So Lord Ramchandra said, this Brahmastra can't become Vipal. It has to have a target. So I will ask the Brahmastra to remove your right eye from you. So you both become purified. You get the consequence of your karma. And also, the demon Kurangana also becomes perished. In this way, Hanuman, tell Ram, when you threw a Brahmastra at a crow, why is it you haven't come to take me? When Ravana has kidnapped your wife in your very presence. What is the wait? What is the delay? In fact, 10 months have passed. Dashamasagataha. Ravana said, I only have 2 months left. I feel in 1 month my life here will go. Tell Ram, if you can shoot a Brahmastra at a crow, why don't you come and rescue me from Ravan? And secondly, give this Chudamani to Lord Ram. This Chudamani has been hidden in my hair for all this time. The Chudamani, which is like, you can ask the ladies, I'm sure, I don't really know what it is, because the ladies will know better. It's like a hair clip. Remember your hair clip? And this hair clip was in my hair, and the fact that Sita had kept it in her hair showed that she was not mismanaged by Ravan. But how was it possible for Sita to maintain the Chudamani in her hair all this time for 10 months? Give this to him. When Hanuman returned to Ram, he did not say the word Sita. If he had said Sita to Ram, Ram would have become unconscious because Ram was waiting for some good news. He said, Drishtva Sita, I have seen. I have seen. I have seen Sita. Ram was able to then receive the name Sita after many months, 4 months of looking for her. And then when Ram received the story from Hanuman, he knew this story only Sita and me knew. And when he received the Chudamani, Tatha Mamapi Hridayam, Lord Ram placed the Chudamani to his chest and he began to weep with Lakshman. And when he heard from Hanuman that Sita would die in 1 month, listen to what he said. Ram said, Kshanam Veera Najiveyam. He said, actually, it's really good that Sita can survive for 1 month without me because Vinatam Site Kshamam. That without Sita, the dark, blue-eyed lady, Tam, Site Kshanam, I am not able to live even for a moment. That was the love between Sita and Ram. 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to fast forward many, many chapters. When Sita was taken by Ravan, Ravan came one day and he dressed up as Lord Ram. He grew his matted hair. He tried to beautify himself, but there was a problem. Lord Ram, he has a very particular mark on his stomach. And it basically states that Lord Ram on his stomach, he has 3 lines going horizontally and 1 line in the middle going vertically. It's very easy for someone like Ravan to create a one pack, but it's very difficult to create something that Lord Ram had. Ravan did his best to try to look like Lord Ram. And he came to Sita. And after 10 months, coming towards the end, he said to Sita that, look, listen, I, without even saying anything, I am falling at your feet. That is how much I am in love with you. At this point, when Sita heard how Ravan is trying to be romantic, what I said earlier, Sita mentioned that avak shiraha prapatito. How is it possible that you have spoken these words and your tongue hasn't fallen out from your mouth? She said to Ravan, you can never ever look like Ram, so don't try. In fact, you are not even good enough to be his slave. That is when Ravan actually clenched his fist and he was about to attack Sita, and Mandodari stopped him. In this way, the Ramayana goes on so beautifully. I wanted to explain to you about the story of how Sita had her Agni Pariksha and how she was then asked to go back to exile after 12 years later, and how after 12 years later, she asked Vasundhara to accept her in her womb, and by which she returned back to Mother Earth. But we have seriously ran out of time. I'm so very apologetic. We also had one more bhajan that I'm so sorry that we haven't had time to do. My apologies for this great delay of time between us. I'm very, very sorry. But I hope you all enjoyed my small attempts to share something so great. And anything that I said which was incorrect or inconvenient, please forgive me. And please bless us all to have the opportunity to come again together to talk about Mother Sita. Thank you all so very much. I would just like to very quickly thank the team here. And again, I'm so sorry about the next bhajan that we're unable to sing. On our flute, once again, was our great dear friend Jairaj. Thank you so much. We had Jigna and Rajan singing so beautifully. Thank you so much. Of course, Sunit on his wonderful tabla. Really grateful, Sunit. Sham Sundarji, once again, thank you so much for playing the kartal. And Ketan, thank you for the backing music on the keyboards. Thank you all so very much. And my apologies once again. We missed somebody? No, we mentioned, yes. Ketan, thank you so much. And Najan. And the sound man. And obviously all of you. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Well, you're sorry, but there's no one more sorry than me that time has really, it's like a wave. It just comes, and before you know it, you're drowning in time. And so much so that they've started to close the festival site. And, they're closing the lights, and they need to turn my lights off and everything. So, listen, we were due to finish at 7:30. We had a little bit of a break, just to allow Srila Prabhupada to return to his quarters. But, we managed to get to 8 p.m. But this, to me, shows one thing. And I'm not sure if my wonderful audience members here will agree, is that 2 hours is not enough. Probably 4 hours is not enough. So how about, with the permission of His Grace Sri Radha Raman, that we consider maybe doing a 1, maybe 2 day? Would you attend? Would you? Because I mean, with how many thousand? 14,000 verses. I mean, normally the Ramayana, Ramayana takes many days. You know, the Ram Kathas take sometimes 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 days. In India, sometimes they last for 30 days. So I'm not suggesting we all gather here for 30 days. I don't think the management of Bhaktivedanta Manor will be happy with my suggestion there. But maybe we try and figure out sometime next year. I know you have some courses at the School of Bhakti that you're doing in February, the Mahabharat course, is that right? Yes? So have a look at the schoolofbhakti.com. But for now, leave it with me. If you are happy to return to another time, to be arranged, where we don't have to worry about what time we're going to finish. We can start earlier, and it will just be an exclusive event. How's about that? Yes? Okay, fantastic. Once again, please raise your hands, not just for the wonderful musicians on stage. Thank you very much. My apologies you didn't get to finish your final bhajan. To the wonderful musicians, let's show your appreciation. And of course, to His Grace, Sri Radha Ramandas. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So for now, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please go home, respectfully. Please go for darshan, obviously, and have prasadam before you go. I think they may have finished serving prasadam, but go for darshan at least. Go around the lake and get to your cars. Have a safe journey home. Hare Krishna, happy Diwali and Ankut, and Happy New Year. Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Bhakti